Oho, ein Rex ist hier. Hallo, hallo. Hm, das ist jetzt schlecht. Aber ich kann mich, glaube ich, von hier aus dahin bewegen. Alles flauschig. Herr Rex. Ja, von und zu Rex. Oh, ja, oh. Ich hoffe jetzt mal, dass ich hier gleich den passenden Dinosaurier finde. Oh ja, finde ich sogar. Perfekt. Ähm, Ankerpunkt. Ankerpunkt. Wo bist du? Ich muss doch irgendwie nach da oben kommen. Aha. Uh. Und jetzt? Ah, da oben. Warte, von hier komme ich doch, oder? Oh, Kruzifix. Nein. Nope. Oh no. Festhalten. Warum kann ich mich darüber wippen? Oh, hier ist eine Kiste. Eine Kiste. Loot, 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 loot. Wir sind in Nordlan. Und wo genau sind wir in Nordlan? In genau die andere Richtung, als in die ich eigentlich wollte. Coolio. Verdammt. Hätte ich vielleicht von dem anderen Volk aus die Kiste einsacken sollen. Hm. Dann halt von hier nach da drüben. Auch gut. Ja. Oh, schade, dass ich die Dinos dann nicht mitnehme. Warte, sehe ich das eigentlich richtig, dass ich doch da hoch muss? Oh, Kruzifix. Wobei mit viel Glück kann ich eigentlich den Berg da hochklettern. Wenn ich viel Glück habe. Und entsprechend Stamina. Natürlich. Ich leih mir mal deine Fähigkeiten aus. Oh, geil im Büro. Ein Okuli. Ja. Verdammt, wohne ich schon jetzt schon wieder. Oh. Hier. Okay, den Pyro. Das kann ich markieren. Und dieses Hüpfi-Teil hier kann ich markieren. Bouncy Bounce. Aha. Bounded. 1 von 3. 1 ist weiter unten, 1 ist noch weiter oben. Julio. 27 Meter. Das ist ja easy. Okay, und hier ist jetzt noch so eine Steinkiste. Das ist die da. Oder? Ich weiß einfach mal. Gucken wir auf die Map. Jo. Ah. Machen wir mal so. Machen wir mal so. Und dann...
Wait, but what's that other... A how? Well, if it isn't the gruesome twosome who wormed their way into our servant circle of friends. Still awestruck from the last time we met? Would that be why you hastily scrambled up here to pay your respects the moment you saw us? I suppose we can't blame you. Such is the spell that our majesty casts on our minions. Very well. You heathens leave us no choice. The almighty Dragon Lord, Kahula shall grant you the audience that you seek. Come, pucker up. You may now kiss our feet. Wait, aren't you like Kenichi's sidekick? What the heck are you going on about? You're somehow managing to be even more annoying than the last time we met. Silence! Who are you calling sidekick? We are the Dragon Supreme, sovereign ruler of the Nation of Flame. We shall have you know that last time, were it not for Kenichi's earnest pleading on your behalf, you would have received not a single word of mercy. Oh, come on. You talk big, but Kenichi clearly has you under lock and key. That's great, Sovereign, to you. You dare invite the wrath of the almighty Dragon Lord, Kahula How. You will burn in turn fire for 1,000 years for your blasphemy. If you must know, our humble servant begged us to investigate an abyss incident near Hoytsidlan, and we chose to grant his request. Abyss incident? See this little lizard? Its mother, a medium-sized lizard, came under the influence of abyssal power. In her confusion, she attacked my servant's tribe, then assailed her own offspring.
Was ist das für ein Pixel-Ding? Ja, keine Ahnung. Es ist nervig. Also noch nerviger als Paimon. Und ich wusste nicht, dass es etwas gibt, was noch nerviger als Paimon sein kann.
Yikes. So how is she doing now? She was but a lowly bug fighting against the power of the abyss. Naturally, she has departed for the Night Kingdom. Such a fragile creature. Apparently, she ended her struggle by leaping from a cliff. Leaping from a cliff? My dear anemic flying ant, as addled with questions as your head may be, please keep them to yourself and wipe that absurd expression off your face. We are the almighty Dragon Lord Kahula How, not a wish-granting fountain.
Dagegen ist Paimons Schimmer noch ein Segen. Ja, ne?
Anemic flying ant! Just you wait. Two can play at the ugly nickname game. We sense a faint abyssal energy. An evil sorcerer must be lurking nearby, but they are well hidden. If you encounter any suspicious outlanders, be sure to give them a robust interrogation. Suspicious outlanders? Wait, are you mocking us? Ha! How dare you cast aspersions on your ruler, heathen! You're just lucky that our servant has such vile taste in friends. Otherwise, we would beat you black and blue, and then purple, then black again!
Ich glaube, bei dem Film müsste man einfach nur mal kurz das Feuerzeug unten drunter halten und dann ist gut.
If you're not here to kiss my feet, then get out of my sight. Do not impede the work of the almighty Dragon Lord, Kahula How. The potty mouth on that guy? Paimon is furious! Still, good to know about the abyss threat, huh? Wasn't expecting that. Let's not get sidetracked.
Also ich wusste echt nicht, dass es etwas Nervigeres als Paimon geben kann. Ich dachte immer, das wäre... Paimon wäre das Nervigste, was dieses Spiel zu bieten hat. Ich muss korrigieren, diese Echse hier... Das Pixel-Vieh da ist definitiv nerviger. Wer hätte das auch ahnen können? Ja, richtig.
was so fast.
I'm so glad that the babies are all right. Thank you both so much. Now we can finally go home and stop worrying about them. You're welcome. Piece of cake! You're not from Natlan, right? Because your clothes look different than ours. Hey, you must be tired after all that climbing. You should come take a rest at my house.
Yeah, please come. I promise you'll get a big Scions of the Canopy welcome. We love having guests, and you're really nice people. Not like Glasses Guy.
By the sound of it, Glasses Guy wasn't from Natlan either, right? Uh-huh. Well, his clothes sure weren't. You know what? Now that I think about it, there was something really fishy about him. Really? Maybe he was the suspicious outlander that Ahau mentioned. Sure, if you're interested. Oh, let me think. How did the conversation go again? Oh, please, mister. I've told you so many stories already. When are you gonna help me find the baby Saurians?
Just one more story. One more, I swear. Why don't you tell me more about that ball of fire? I heard that there was a huge transparent ball of fire that used to burn 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, maybe even further back than that.
Oh, you mean Turnfire. That's where the ancient name Malipo comes from.
Oh, wow. So it was the origin of an ancient name. That's impressive.
Uh-huh. There's a story behind every ancient name. The legend goes that the Turnfire first appeared in the era of the Grand Alliance. It was used by the tyrant Och Khan to rule over Natlan and oppress anyone who opposed him. Turnfire is different from normal fire. If you get set on fire with it, you'll feel horrible burning pain from behind you, but you won't die from it right away. And whatever you do, you mustn't turn back to look at it.
Why? What happens if you turn back?
As soon as you turn around, poof! You get burned to a crisp.
Well, good golly gee. I mean, it's one thing to singe someone's clothes, but burning people alive? That is a big no-no in my book.
Right? How nasty is it to burn someone from behind and not even let them turn around to look? Och Khan really was an evil tyrant.
Yes, shocking behavior. Now, let me guess. Eventually, a valiant hero came to save the day? That's usually how these stories go.
Good guess, Uncle Glasses. Seems like you really know your stuff. The hero was called Yupanqui. He's the ancestor of our tribe.
Mm-hmm. Yupanqui was friends with Och Khan the Tyrant, and also Shibalanke, the first Pyro Archon. He was working as an ordnance officer for the Grand Alliance at the time. He didn't like how Och Khan was such a cruel tyrant, so he stole the Turnfire and threw it at the Och Khan's army. The soldiers couldn't defend against it, and they all got turned to ash. And that's how our ancestors set our people free. But just as he was about to leave the city, he thought he heard Och Khan calling out to him from behind. It caught him off guard, and he turned around to look.
But Och Khan wasn't there. All he saw was a city burned black, an army in ruins, and giant flames reaching up into the sky.
A split second later, the flames he saw burst out from inside his eyes and swallowed him up.
All it took was a single glance. As soon as he looked back, he was burned to a crisp.
The question is, was this the price he paid for stealing the Turnfire, or the price of turning back?
Nobody knows the answer. But the fire that consumed Yupanqui burned more fiercely than any other. It burned for 100 days until it burned a hole right through the ley lines. And then, the flame dropped into the deathly dark Night Kingdom, where it still burns to this day.
The grown-ups say that it lights up the path that leads to the next life. But for the dead to be reborn, they have to accept the flames and be purified by the fire first. It's like a final look back at your life, where you have to answer for everything you did. Anyway, that's the story of Yupanki's Turnfire.
Ah, a fine parable indeed. So, is it true? Is it really possible to find this fire in the Night Kingdom?
I don't know. I think it's just a story.
Either way, I assume this name has been passed down in your tribe ever since?
Sure has. It went to Burkina, the hero that we celebrate on Turnfire Night. But that was 500 years ago.
Yeah, and now it belongs to Kanich. So we often call him Malipo Kanich.
Kinich, huh?
All right, Uncle Glasses, that's enough stories. Now, can you please go find the baby Saurians for us like you promised?
I would, but doesn't the legend of the Turnfire teach us not to look back? Let's not go dredging up the past. Tell me more about this Kinich guy. One more story, I swear. Starting now. No? Careful, Toba. You look dangerously close to cursing me out right now. Tut tut. We can't have that. Cursing is for grown-ups only.
Uncle, you'd better not be trying to trick us, or the Turnfire will get you when you die.
How would it get me if I'm outside of Natlan? Uncle Glasses isn't from here, you know. Unlike you.
Huh?
Wait. Is that? All right, kiddos. I'm a man of my word. 2 of my friends are on their way here, and, yeah, they'll help you out on my behalf. Work them like dogs, okay? That's what they're here for. Don't go easy on them just for my sake.
Really? Well, first, can you tell us your name?
We met at the foot of this cliff, so beneath the peaks, let's go with Sanka.
Seriously?
If you don't believe me, turn around and see for yourselves. They're right behind you.
Huh? Where? Oh, wait! Uncle Sanka, where did you go? Yeah, definitely a fishy character. It sounds like he was digging for info about the ancient names.
Yeah, and not only that, but he betrayed us too. He'll pay for this.
All he got out of us was some stories, though. What's the worst that could happen? Traveler, maybe we should go tell Kanich about this. Ahau says he's investigating it, but he's a bit of a loose cannon. We probably shouldn't take him at his word. Huh? You know Kanich? Not very well, but we have met him before, and one time we had a meal together.
Oh man, I'm so jealous. I never even spoken to him. He's so cool. He's the Saurian hunter, and he has a really awesome ancient name.
Me neither. I don't think my dad really likes him, though. He always tells me to stay away from him. Probably because of that little creep he always hangs out with. He's nasty, and he's so full of himself. Oh, the creep who calls himself Kahul Ahau? Yeah, we've had the pleasure of meeting him too. Exactly. I don't know why Kanich partnered up with him. Why didn't he pick me instead?
Uh-oh. Hoonie, look how late it is. We've been out way too long. We better get home now or we'll get yelled at.
Oh, yikes. You're right. Okay, well, this path here leads to our settlement. If you decide to visit, remember to come to my house. If there's anything you need, my dad can help get it for you. Hope to see you soon.
We gotta run. Bye for now.
Als ob es das jetzt schon war. Jetzt fühle ich mich aber richtig. Oh, da steht eine Kiste. Katze. Oh, die falsche Taste. War nicht Enders der Mission Log? Fuck, welche Taste? Ach, JVD. What? Du willst dich jetzt vergrölen, als ob es das schon war. Ah, da blinkt doch irgendwas. Verdammt, ich hab nur eine Hand frei. Katze, du kennst die Regel, meine Tastatur ist nicht für dich, ne? Ja. Okay, cool. Das ist scheinbar eine mehrteilige Mission. Dann ist jetzt da scheinbar der zweite Teil dran. Die Katze hat gerade meinen Zeigefinger gepierst. Mehrmals. Ich kann sagen, das tut gut. Also richtig gut. 200 von 10 angenehm ist der Spaß. Wo muss ich denn hin? Wo muss ich denn hin? Muss ich unten oder oben hin? Hm. Schuldige Katze, schuldige.
Honey, what were you thinking, going out by yourself? Don't you know how dangerous it is?
It's okay. Toba helped me. And we met some kind strangers who helped us. And
Kind strangers? What made you so sure they were so kind, huh? Oh, I suppose they had kind stranger written on their foreheads?
Ja klar, bei mir steht auch immer freundlicher Fremder auf dem Kopf.
yeah, actually, they did. In big, bold letters.
Don't talk back to me. The Mountain King problem still hasn't been solved. What would I do if I lost you too? No dinner for you tonight.
They were good people, Dad. Dinner or no dinner. Hello again, Honey. It's Miss Paimon and Miss Traveler. Dad, it's them. They're the ones who helped me. And I promised we'd take care of them if they came to visit.
Oh, so you're the kind strangers. Well, I'm Trinidad. Apparently, you helped my daughter today, so if there's anything you need, just ask. As an elder of the Scions of the Canopy, I've got some influence around here. Now, I trust that you're sensible people who know better than to take advantage of their host's generosity.
Yep, just helping a neighbor. We're not looking for anything in return.
Oh? Well, let's hope so.
Dad, please! They're not bad people. They've eaten at the same table with Kanich before. Be nice to them.
Kanich? Wait! I heard that two mysterious travelers from afar showed up at the Stadium of the Sacred Flame. Are they you?
And Paimon's the other.
I do apologize. A lot's been going on in our tribe lately, and I suppose the pressure must be getting to me. I can't believe I was so rude to you. I feel ashamed. We got off on the wrong foot. Can we, start over?
Oh, now we're talking. Seriously, though, don't worry about it. Already forgotten. We're just
Oh, you just arrived, I take it, and it would be my honor to give you a hero's welcome tonight.
Careful now. That's quite an about face. We've heard that kind of thing can lead to spontaneous combustion around these parts.
My dear traveler, you are very perceptive indeed. Go inside now, Hoonie. Dad's got some important business to discuss.
Okay. Look after Miss Traveler and Miss Paimon. They're very special guests. Well, we'll hear you out, but we can't make any promises that we'll be able to help.
Well, this is a matter of utmost importance. Please, allow me to explain? For many years, our tribe has celebrated the Turnfire Night. It is a traditional ceremony among the scions of the canopy in which we remember our ancestor, Burkina, and his companion, Kangamato, the Mountain King. Burkina was a hero who bore the ancient name Malipo, and Kangamato was a powerful Yumkasor warrior. Together, they fought against the Abyss. They were victorious, but it came at a great cost. Burkina paid with his life. The Mountain King survived, but was contaminated by the Abyss, and he remains in hibernation to this day. Normally, Yumkasors never live longer than a century. It is possible that the abyssal power is responsible for his unnaturally long lifespan. Oh, that's right. The Mountain King is a living symbol of our glory, but even this glory comes at a price. The abyssal power inside him is highly sensitive, and when it is disturbed, he awakens and flies into a blind rage, attacking anything that moves. So, besides the ceremony, another important part of Turnfire Night each year is cleansing the abyssal power inside the Mountain King so that he will remain sound asleep. However, Abyss-related incidents have been on the rise in that land lately, as I'm sure you're both aware. As a result, it has become increasingly difficult to keep the Mountain King in hibernation. Only 5 months have passed since the last Turnfire night, and he's already showing signs of instability.
Has he woken up again?
He has. We managed to contain the situation by performing a makeshift ceremony right away, but it was a close call. He could reawaken at any moment. Also, he attacked and wounded my companion, Nana, during the ceremony. She became contaminated by the abyss as a result, and...
We heard. Such a tragedy. We're really sorry for your loss.
Yes, and Nana wasn't the first. Anyway, right now we're preparing for an exceptional Turnfire Night ceremony, and we need to find a suitable flame bearer. From what I've heard about your adventures, I believe you would be perfect for the role. Of course. Plus, he's a bona fide hero who inherited the Malipo name.
Oh, you mean Knight?
Yes, he's the one. A hero, worth his weight in gold. And unfortunately for us, he's all too aware of that. No prizes for guessing what he said when I asked him to host a Turnfire night outside of the annual schedule. An exceptional ceremony? Oh, I'll have to charge an exceptional price. I swear, no other concept exists in that boy's brain. I'm not the one to usually talk about people behind their backs, but I'm convinced the Wyub got hit on the head and took a wrong turn the day it chose to give that ancient name to him. I mean, have you ever heard of a hero whose mantra is, "What's your asking price?" Oh, and don't get me started on that insufferable Ahau he hangs around with. Thinks he's God's gift to mankind. Pompous fool.
Yeah, Paimon has to agree on that last part.
Anyway, the fact is, the ceremony can just as easily be done without him as long as we can find someone else. And besides, you two seem like much better candidates. So, what do you think? Wonderful! I can't thank you enough. Hooney was right about you. You have kindness in your hearts. Come with me to the other side of the mountain. I'll bring you up to speed on each step of the ceremony. As experienced warriors, I'm sure you'll pick it up in no time.
Achoo! Curses! Who dares insult the great Kahula How behind his back?
Oh, great Kahul Ahau, bless you.
Shut your filthy mouth, worm of the abyss! Your putrid words defile the air we breathe. You make the almighty Dragon Lord, Kahula How, sick to the stomach!
Speaking as a member of the Abyss Order, that's music to my ears. Exactly the kind of reaction we're going for. But on a personal level, I gotta say, it's pretty hurtful.
Ugh, never have we heard such brazen blustering from someone who is inches from death! Up yours, Four Eyes! We spit in your face! Pfft.
Okay, well, that I am at a loss to explain. How do I manage to stay so chirpy and cheerful? I can only guess it's some kind of powerful magic. But I digress. Mr. Kinich, I admit it, you, sir, are a legendary hunter. Still, the only reason you caught me is that I was reluctant to run away. You see, I'm very interested in the lore of your tribe.
Okay.
Is that it? Kay? Aren't you intrigued to know what it is about you guys that prompted a visit from the Abyss? It's the extreme sports! The other day, I narrowly avoided getting hit by a very brave soul who just leaped off a cliff. I think you call it bungee jumping? Anyway, I was very impressed. That is what I call embracing the spirit of adventure. Look, I even did a painting inspired by the bravery and freedom of the scions of the canopy.
You scum-sucking swine! Ugh, I swear, if you go bungee jumping, it'll be without a rope! Head first off the tallest cliff, with a band of hunters on your tail, and nowhere left to run, and a bottomless cesspit waiting for you on the ground.
You say that, but I get the sense that Mr. Kinich isn't planning to take my life right now. On top of that, I'm tired of spying on you from afar. So why don't we just negotiate a comfortable operating distance that works for both of us? I've heard that the most important thing in human relationships is to respect each other's boundaries. What do you say, Mr. Kinich?
Or you could tell me what it is you're really after.
What?
And then I'll name my price.
Hier ist doch safe noch irgendwas. Loot! Loot, 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 loot. Äh. Oh, das sieht. Hä? Das ist die richtige. Oder? Ist das jetzt die richtige Höhle? Die sieht. Puh, der ist nicht eingetragen. Oder habe ich hier. Hornfrucht? Einfache Kiste. Aber das Bild, was da angezeigt ist, ist. What? Ja. Einmal von A nach B durchbiegen. Eieiei. Oh. Habe ich es gestern auf Arbeit übertrieben? Bestimmt. Hat es mein Bett noch besser gemacht? Definitiv. Habe ich jetzt ekelhafte Rückenschmerzen? Ja. Geil, ne? So kann ein Samstag doch losgehen. Hä? Das ist zwei. Ach so, da ist noch ein Ausgang. Hä? Was muss ich denn jetzt tun? Hier steht eine Kiste und ich kann sie nicht öffnen. Hä? Was habe ich jetzt getan?
Is this an answer from this world?
Ich nichts verstehen, was ich habe getan, aber okay. Uh. Ich habe eine Idee. Das habe ich nämlich per Zufall erfahren, dass das angeblich möglich ist. Ne, Bauch leer, Bauch heiß, will essen. Wähle Bild. Okay, ich kann ihm nicht alles zu fressen geben. Dann nehme ich doch einfach das, was ich in der höchsten Qualität habe und was ich sowieso gefühlt nie verbrauche. Also ein Sack Reis. Guten Hunger. Eines heimtückischen Essenzbetrugs. Interessante Auslegung. Lasst einen Sauriergefährten die Tour holen. Hä? LOL. Ja, nun. In dem Moment, in dem ich diese Notiz schreibe, bin ich bereits schwer erkrankt. Ach, Weihab, das ist auch eine Art von göttlicher Vergeltung. Um Reichtum anzuhäufen, habe ich bei meiner Arbeit als Bote viele geheime Informationen gesammelt und damit viele Menschen betrogen. Schließlich habe ich nach diesem Vorfall meine Anstellung als Bote verloren. Die ergaunerten Mora musste ich als Entschädigung zurückzahlen und dann bin ich auch noch schwer erkrankt. Ach, mir bleibt nur zu sagen, dass das eine gerechte Strafe ist. Aber dennoch gibt es da etwas, um das ich mir Sorgen mache. Und das ist mein Gefährte, der Jumkasaurier, der weiterhin willens ist, mich zu begleiten. Leider wird mein Leben bald enden. Die Truhe habe ich gestohlen. Ach, es gibt keine andere Möglichkeit. Ich muss ihm auftragen, diese leere Truhe zu bewachen. Sollte ein gutherziger Mensch von der Truhe angezogen vorbeikommen und ihm etwas zu essen geben, dann wäre das Überleben meines Sauriers gesichert. Das wäre schon genug. Ich weiß, dass du dich jetzt gewiss betrogen fühlst und wütend bist. Du kannst mich gern beschimpfen, denn ich bin wirklich ein schändlicher Taugenichts, eine Kanalratte, der Abschaum meines Stammes. Aber zerreiße diese Notiz bitte nicht und bring auch die Truhe nicht von hier weg. Ich flehe dich an. Und wenn du nebenbei wenn du vielleicht dazu bereit wärst, etwas in die Truhe zu legen, sodass sich die nächste Person, die die Truhe öffnet, nicht betrogen fühlt, dann wären mein Saurier und ich dir wirklich dankbar. I see. Er hat einen Fehler gemacht und aus Angst vor Bestrafung freiwillig den Stamm verlassen. Aha. So einer also. Der Gerechtigkeit entzieht er sich. Welch schrecklicher Mensch. Jeder sollte Verantwortung für sein eigenes Handeln übernehmen. Hm. Ich kann mich leider nicht stucken, aber ich glaube, ich habe auch keinen... Nein! No. Hä? Oh. Lol. Okay, so funktioniert das also. Hä? Warte, ich habe gerade Fische eingesammelt. Fisch! Oh. Oh. Warte, warte. Ne, warte. Hä? Warte, mit welchem von den Viechern konnte ich denn das durch die Gegend schieben? Moment, das hat doch bestimmt... Moment. Das war doch aber, glaube ich, der, oder? Hä? Hätte schwören können, man könnte diese Viecher, diese Dinger hier durch die Gegend schieben. Wie war das denn? Irgendwas hat es blockiert. Ja. So. Hätte schwören können, dass das damit funktioniert, aber naja. Vielleicht bin ich auch einfach zu... Ja, vielleicht bin ich auch einfach zu blöd gerade dafür. Ich meine, kann ich nachvollziehen, ne? Ah. Hm. Also, ich möchte nur kurz anmerken, er wollte es nicht anders, ne? Ich hatte keine andere Wahl.
Flames, purge!
Better than nothing. Every course of action has its risks.
Was wollte ich jetzt? Achso, Map. So, jetzt bin ich schon wieder oben. Und zwar müsste das diese gewesen sein.
Let's take a moment to rest and plan our
Das da
next
hinten
move.
sehe ich. Das sehe ich. Den Pyro-Okuli, den sehe ich. Da muss ich mir nur ein Hilfsmittel kurz ausleihen. Ja! Pyro-Okuli. Pyro, Pyro, Pyro. Oh, hier gibt's doch Loot. Hoffentlich. Nee. Okay. Ist okay, Spiel. Beraubt mich einfach um meinen Loot, den ich mir so eher voll verdient habe. Brokkoli, der nächste. Noch mehr Gegner, die man schlagen kann. Au, ouch. Ey. Ach, jetzt nicht diesen Bruder.
A reward on the road.
The abyss contamination is back. No surprises there. No doubt that explains the Mountain King's recent activity. See those torches over there? Those are the Sacred Flame offshoots that we requested from the Stadium of the Sacred Flame. They contain the power of the Pyro Archon.
Are you saying that the sacred flame and the turnfire are the same thing?
Well, for ceremonial purposes, at least. Sending someone to the Night Kingdom to retrieve the legendary Turnfire isn't exactly an option. More to the point, though, the sacred flame is able to burn away abyssal filth, so that's why we use it in the ceremony.
Gotcha! So basically, we just need to clean up the filth with the sacred flame.
Well, that's one part of it, yes, but the complete ceremony is a bit more complicated than that. First, the flame bearer must collect a kindling of the sacred flame from the starting point, then use a grappling hook to fly up into the sky and light each of the sacred flame pillars. Then, they must go down into the canyon, all the way into the cave where the Mountain King slumbers, lighting braziers and the final altar along the way. The most skilled flame bearers can accomplish all of this without touching the ground once. As much as I hate to admit it, Kanich is capable of this.
Wow! He can do all that flying without ever falling to the ground? Well, of course Paimon can. It'd be much harder for you guys.
Well, don't worry. It's not a requirement of the ceremony. You're allowed to touch the ground. The only thing you're not allowed to do is turn back. The flame bearer must always keep moving forward. You can't skip a pillar, then come back to it after lighting the next one. To do so would be to disrespect our ancestors.
So, what actually happens if you do turn back? Surely the fires don't just go out.
Well, if you're not careful, you might get burned.
What about today then? Does the same rule apply?
Oh no, don't worry. Today is just a practice. The order doesn't matter. You just need to take the sacred flame, cleanse the filth, then go light all the braziers. Are you ready? I'll repeat all the key points again. Gather the kindling, cleanse the filth, and light all the braziers. I'll wait for you at the end.
Kleinere Flammen, die von der Arena des Heiligen Feuers abgetrennt werden und für das Fest des Wendefeuers bestimmt sind, das von den Nachkommen der Baumkrone durchgeführt wird. Sie enthalten eine heilige Kraft, die die Dunkelheit vertreibt. Interagiere mit angezündeten Feuerbecken. Um den Schutz des heiligen Feuers zu erhalten, sammle dann Feuergranaten und wirf sie, um Explosionen zu verursachen, die die Energie des Abgrunds vertreiben. Nice. Während du unter dem Schutz des heiligen Feuers stehst, kannst du dich einem nicht angezündeten Feuerbecken nähern, um es anzuzünden. Cool, okay. Ah, okay.
Alright, let's use this kindling to complete our mission. There's abyssal filth over there. Let's burn it away with the sacred flame.
Hä? Irgendwo hier vor... Ah. Na, auch gut. Hä? Ich hatte schon wieder... Oh. Bin ja fast tot. Bin ja fast tot. Ja, super, jetzt hat er meinen Saurier gekillt.
That should be all the braziers. Let's regroup with Trinidad.
I knew I was right about you. You have outperformed all of the other previous candidates. If there was an ancient name for outstanding flame bearers, I'm sure the Wyab would consider you for the honor.
Yeah, although it would probably take Paimon quite a bit longer.
All right, now there's still a few days left until the ceremony, and I should probably get back so I can inform the chief and the other elders that I have found the flame bearer we need.
Oh, you mean they've still got to sign off on it?
Some of them are still hoping we can come to an agreement with Kanich, but that's only because they haven't seen you in action. Still, I'm the one responsible for securing a flame bearer, and my recommendation is you.
Just for Paimon's own peace of mind, are you sure it's not going to be a problem having Outlanders take on such an important role in your ceremony?
See that place over there? There was a time, long before the age of Burkina and the Mountain King, when we, Scions of the Canopy, called that our home. After a period of upheaval, our ancestors were forced to move away. Now, it has become a place where our youths go to develop courage and kindle a spirit of adventure. If we fail to keep the threat posed by the Mountain King at bay, it might not be long before we have to move again and find a new home. So, to answer your question, I think everyone will agree that you are the right choice.
Fair enough. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
I'll need you to drop by my place at some point before the ceremony, if that's all right. There are still a few final details that we need to discuss.
Okay, see you later then.
You have my gratitude.
We've helped out with a lot of other local festivals before, but this one feels a little different. Anyway, let's take a break before heading back to Trinidad's place.
Wow.
All right.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Ein bisschen Party zum Mitnehmen. Hey.
Just be gone!
Dann folgen wir ihm einfach mal. Ja, und jetzt? Ah, okay. Cutscene. Wow, ist der HP-Balken von dem Boy gering. Was ist das? Barke des Bergsteigers. Was ist das? Ach, ein Relikt. Hä? Ich habe so viel auseinandergelootet, ich weiß nicht mal, was ich gerade eben aufgesammelt habe. Warum kannst du nicht direkt darauf fokussen, du super tolles Spiel? Okay, hier unten ist es nicht. Es war doch irgendwas Lilanes, oder? Also ich meine, es war lila angezeigt, also von daher. Ah, da. Hm, cool. Keine Ahnung, was das kann. Muss ich das jetzt markieren? Ist das offiziell eine Markierung auf der Karte? Und vor allem, wo bin ich jetzt auf der Karte? Oh, das war ein Weltauftrag. Oh, coolio. Loot, 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 loot. Looty, looty, loot, loot. Blutkernblume.
Oh, where you at for? Finish this fast.
Dawn, break forth!
Better than nothing.
Bing, 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 bing. Hä? Oh. Hey, servus. Hey. Alles für den guten Loot. Ja. Loot, 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 Loot. So, jetzt sind wir mitten auf dem offenen Feld. Da müsste das da sein. Jetzt im Ernst? Nach dem zweiten Akt das Ende in der Stammeschronik? Das will ich jetzt verquaken? Habe ich hier oben eigentlich schon was zu tun? Achso, das Gebiet, was ich noch nie, was ich noch nicht mal freigeschaltet habe. Das Chenyu-Tal. Hm. Äh. Meine Güte. Alles tut weh und ich bin müde. Perfekt. Welterkundung. Juhu. Abmachen mit Kinichi. Oh wow, die ist erst in 10 Tagen verfügbar. Oh. So, da war jetzt ein Drehkristall und eine Gesteinskiste. Mhm. Hm. Kiste, Kiste, Kiste.
Better than nothing.
Loot, 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 loot.
Let's take a moment to rest and plan our next move.
Weiter nach unten. Aha. Ist hier noch irgendwas, was ich verpassen könnte, wenn ich nach unten gehe? Sieht nicht danach aus. Hier geblieben. Das heißt. Aha.
Windblade! Let the show begin.
Hey. Loot, 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 loot. Loot, loot, loot. Looty, looty,
A
loot,
reward
loot.
on the road.
Okoli. Oh, okay. Autsch. Ich weiß, was mit schneller Tod gemeint ist. Die Boys kann ich nicht übernehmen. Leider. Oh, hat ausgeräuscht. Ich bin einfach so gut. Jetzt haben wir nur das Problem, ich muss da rüberkommen. Ei.
A
Loot, loot,
reward on
loot,
the
loot,
road.
loot. Nein, das Schwert ist da reingefallen. Ich wurde um Loot betrogen vom Spiel. It's unbelievable. Jetzt liegt das da und ich komme nicht dran. Ich verreck doch instant, wenn ich da jetzt versuche, was zu machen, oder? Kann man noch 2 Fische reinhauen? Okay. so halbgar funktioniert. Egal. Ich habe ja Barbara, ne? Da ist eine Herausforderung. Hä? Oh, I see. Hä? Warum ist das Ding jetzt so aufgeblasen? Bläh. wie die Kamera schon so darüber schwenkt. Okay, das Spiel macht es einem echt einfach. Mehr Loot, mehr Loot. Oh, nein. Was ist denn die... Na, komm schon. Julio, mehr Looty. Loot. Loot tut gut. Das ist die Kiste. Das ist die. Oh, ein Drehkristall. Aber gerade er jetzt fast eine Flachkörperin gemacht hat, hätte ins in das nicht gute Wasser. Achso, da muss ich erst den da erreichen für.
suppose this will do.
Besiege das auftauchende Monster, um den Entzifferungstext zu erhalten. Okay. Ne. Wie mache ich denn das viel platt, wenn das da...
I'll protect us. Leave it all to me, as a dutiful maid would.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Jetzt sind sie da hinten respawned. Och Mann.
Dawn, break forth!
Come on, we can do it. Let's dance.
Lay waste to the wicked! Dawn, break forth!
Na, finally. Yay. So. Oh, 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 ouch. Heiß. Das brauche ich ja das andere Vieh, glaube ich, wieder, ne?
There can be no excuse.
Es ist also ein Achievement, dass du hier im Heißen verreckst. Cool. Good to know. Moin, 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 Doc. Servus, moin, hallo, was geht? Ein Kopfschmerzen gehen? Ja, gut. Das würde ich ein Stück von meinem Finger haben, ich schwör's ja nicht. Hättest du mich im Juli gefragt, als ich mir ein Stück rausgerissen habe, hätte ich sie geben können. Heiß, heiß, das ist kein guter Ort zum Schwimmen. Mhm. Ja, aber gib ihr nicht den kleinen Finger, sonst will sie die ganze Hand. Mhm. Aber so viel von mir kann es nicht von mir geben. Dafür bin ich ja nicht wertvoll genug. Ist das der Pyro-Okuli? Okay, das hinterlegte Gift sagt, das ist dieser Okuli.
This is the kind of surprise I could sing about.
wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister. Let the show begin.
Oh. Okay. Gerade so. Ah, da war doch noch genug Platz. No, Cutscene. Schade. Hä? Achso, jetzt brauche ich wahrscheinlich wieder eine Figur, die auf Seelenfaden reiten kann. Also sie hier.
Ooh, let's go!
Nein? Ja. Okay. Oh, okay. Ist das jetzt Subway Surfers für Arme oder wie das Spiel da heißt? Da ist die Kiste. Also ich kann nichts steuern oder sowas. Also es ist scheinbar angedacht, dass man... Da stand eine Kiste. Oh, okay, wir haben das Ende gefunden. Okay, oder einfach nur einen Vektor auslaufen muss. Ja. Jetzt muss ich meine Figur austauschen, weil die ist nicht ausgebaut. Wenn jetzt ein mächtiger Gegner kommt, ist sie in 2,5 Sekunden tot.
Oh, how exciting!
Aber hier stand doch eine Kiste. Wir sind doch hier dran vorbei gesurft und haben... Hier stand doch eine Kiste. Kruzifix. Das kann doch nicht. Kist, wo bist du? Ah, da, gefunden.
I'll keep this close.
Was? Was? Nur 2 Primo Gems? Ah, okay, da ist der Rest. Noch mehr Artefakte, die ich nicht nutzen will, weil sie einfach viel zu schwach sind von der Sternequalität her. Aber sind hier so viele Steinfischers? Wieso komme ich jetzt in eine Cutscene? Was? Was? Was?
Ready, steady, go!
Hey.
I'll protect us.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Wie konnte der eine so easy sterben und die anderen zwei gehen nicht so easy drauf?
Lay waste to the wicked!
Achso, ich habe den anderen scheinbar im richtigen Moment gehittet. Altersschwäche. Ja, scheint so. Ich habe die Luke ja auch in meinem Team, seitdem ich das Spiel angefangen habe. dass ich erstmal reingepult habe. Kann ich ja nicht einfach so wenn sie am Rand der Insel steht, einfach mal so einen kurzen Windstoß geben und sie geht dann segeln? So, ups. Da ist leider meine Armelo-Kraft mit mir durchgegangen. Also ein Unfall, ja. Also ein tragischer Unfall natürlich, weil äh, sie ist ja leider durch einen Zufall von der Klippe gestürzt und hat ja, hat halt leider kein Glück gehabt, dies zu überleben. Könnte durchgehen bei der Polizei. Also ich meine, du könntest das in Real Life, könntest du das damit vergleichen? Einer steht auf der Brücke auf dem Geländer drauf und auf einmal kommt so eine Sturmböe von hinten durchgepfiffen und du hast halt natürlich kein Gleichgewicht mehr und dann gehst du halt segeln. Naja, an Küsten ist es immer windig, also ja, es ist nicht das erste Mal. Hm. Ja, das ist der Weltauftrag. In dem bin ich rein per Zufall tatsächlich reingestolpert. Das war nicht mal meine Absicht. Ich wollte den nicht anfangen. Oh, da liegt ja noch der Loot. Zu spät, jetzt musst du ihn machen. Ja, ich habe ihn erst abgeschlossen. Aber ursprünglich wollte ich den Auftrag nicht annehmen.
A reward on
Loot,
the
loot,
way.
loot, loot, loot. Ich bin jetzt bei 29 von 108 Pyro-Oculi. Zumindest wenn ich es nicht geschafft habe, mich wieder zu verzählen auf der Karte. Waren die hier? Puh, wo, na, oh. Wie kann ich denn jetzt schon wieder 2 drüber sein? Da will ich auf jeden Fall jetzt hin. Das habe ich schon nicht gesehen. Da steht eine goddamn Truhe auf der Insel. Moment, ich glaube, auf der Insel war doch ein Wegestein, oder? Auf der nicht, aber auf der da. Das war das Artefakt, was ich hier aus dem Boden ausgegräbt habe.
A reward on the road.
Yay! Damit habe ich alles auf diesen Inseln abgesammelt. Nee, fast alles. Hä? Und so auf der Insel soll noch was drauf sein. Bling.
A reward
Ja,
on the road.
Loot. Jetzt habe ich alles. Perfekter.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon. Paimon approves, let's go! Hello there, are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two! Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who? That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty
Guten
anymore.
Hungertag.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! When did you get here?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina. Back in a jiffy.
Die kleine... Oh, keine Idee. Ja, ja, Lady Farina. So, bevor wir da jetzt weitermachen, mache ich mal eine kurze Pause. Und wir sehen uns dann um spätestens Viertel vor 3 wieder. Also, bis gleich. So.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Marmonia.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoo!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific? Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities.
But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. All right, then. We'll see you around, Farina.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
Geh zurück und übermittle
Too bad.
Furinas
We have to
Standpunkt.
respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Think about it.
Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Farina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Farina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that, and no need to keep addressing me as lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in the serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can, but despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing, but ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Farina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely! We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Ah, still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
Ah, the name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances, as of course we all are. All right, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
Ja, ich bin maximal zu voll zu laufen.
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello, all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Lady. Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction. You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human, and sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect, but one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script, but the deadline's passed and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago, said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson. Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So, allons-y. To Poisson!
Auf nach Poisson. So, Hydrookoli eingesackt. Ich mag das so sehr, dass man in Fontänen tauchen kann. Ich frage mich, warum sie das nicht in alle Regionen einfügen. Da wäre das so viel Arbeit, die sie da wahrscheinlich investieren müssen, diese einfach so viel Arbeit, die sie wahrscheinlich nicht investieren wollen. Schade eigentlich.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
Ja gut, Farina musste ja die ganze Zeit den Hydro Archon spielen. Und dass sie dann, als die Menschen, die an sie geglaubt haben, sie gebraucht haben, war sie halt nicht da. Oh wow, das funktioniert ja. Ah, okay, er verschwindet dann einfach wie das Viech. Okay.
I'm so grateful that Miss Nafia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me, which, of course, I completely understand and accept. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes. I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll, and here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
A reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Zurück zu Paule.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too, like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, come on. You must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer. It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore. So I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Farina.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Same here.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me, and perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with Aurelie.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she never considered us as potential romantic partners. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by Aurelie. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Villemont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
Ja, nice. Geh und such Villemont. Und der gammelt da auch rum. Auch gut. Nein! No! Okay. So, bevor wir das jetzt machen, mache ich schon mal eine kurze Pause. Und dann sehen wir uns gleich wieder. Also, bis gleich. So, weiter geht's.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Farina in a fight before.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium. Miss Farina said so herself.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie, indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helplessly as a more brave and seasoned adventurer than I swoops in to save the day.
Aww, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes on fight mode Farina.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Piece of cake?
Wingblade.
Halt, stopp, hier geblieben.
Dawn, break forth!
Nein! Na, ouch. Dann halt auf die brutale Tour.
Wingblade.
Nee. Auf mich einzufrieren, oder sag mal was. Das dübelt bei dir denn nicht mal richtig fest, ey.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Let the show begin.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show. If I open this can of worms now,
I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Viamont, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Viamont. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. We could have saved her! How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered! She was the love of my life! And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show! How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now, can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters, to shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her, and that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
Kann ich mich... Ach, nee, okay. Dann uns heute die Chancen teilen noch ein bisschen. Bisschen Healy.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person, and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary, looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vachey's guilt.
Vachey took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators. Wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have much strength left. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
Wieder da. Hallo und Tag. Welcome back. Jemand wurde wieder abgeführt. Das war die 6. Oder vielleicht die 7. Gestern hat einer versucht zu fliehen. Aber sie wurde zurückgebracht und danach nicht mehr gesehen. Und vielleicht war das auch nicht gestern. Ich habe schon längst den Überblick über die Zeit und die Tage verloren. Und tut mir leid, ich weiß auch nicht, ob es noch einen Sinn hat, so weiterzuschreiben. Und wie lange ich überhaupt noch schreiben kann. Ich kann mir mein bald bevorstehendes Schicksal bereits ausmalen. Was mir aber noch mehr Angst macht, ist... Oh, okay. Die anderen aus der Truppe hier zu sehen. Werde ich sie wirklich beschützen können? Es tut mir leid. Es tut mir wirklich leid. Ich kann nicht mehr weiterschreiben. Ich denke, ich habe Fieber. Meine Magenprobleme sind ebenfalls wieder zurückgekehrt. Aber niemand hat mir Medikamente gegeben. Secret hat so große Schmerzen, dass sie die ganze Nacht nicht schlafen konnte. Im Vergleich zu ihr geht es mir noch gut. Und der Wert von Versuchsobjekten. Es juckt wohl keinen, wenn sie sterben. Solange sie davor gut ausgenutzt sind. Hier ist es sehr feucht. Ich habe meine Decke mit ihr geteilt. Es ist so kalt, wirklich so kalt. Wir müssen nur durchhalten. Alles wird vorbeigehen. Die Mühe wird sich am Ende auszahlen. Ich sage Ihnen gerne solche Dinge. Doch die Person, die nicht durchhalten kann, bin ich. Wenn jemand sieht, die Truppe wohlbehalten, ich sie am wichtigsten. Bitte, Abschied, Entschuldigung, Leben, Aufführung, Zukunft, Bedauern, Clio. Diese Seite ist überaus chaotisch. Der Stift ist wild über die Seite gefahren und es kostet große Mühe, auch nur einen Teil der Schriftzeichen zu entziffern. Ja gut, wenn sie keine Kraft mehr hatte, ne? Ab dieser Seite finden sich nur noch Aufzeichnungen oder Auszüge von Texten aus musikalischen Aufführungen. Es gibt keine tagebuchähnlichen Einträge mehr. Einige dieser Texte wurden aus Büchern oder Zeitungen ausgeschnitten, andere wiederum wurden handschriftlich verfasst. Sie weisen Änderungsspuren auf, und es ist offensichtlich, dass viel in diesem Buch geblättert wurde. Das lässt den Schluss zu, dass es sich hierbei um ein Notizbuch handelt, in dem Aurelie, die Leiterin der Truppe, ihre Inspirationen festgehalten hat.
She was so terrified.
Und alle besiegt? Wie meinst du?
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar.
Wenn man weiter nach hinten blättert, findet sich auch weiterhin große Menge an Texten aus musikalischen Aufführungen. Doch eine der Seiten wurde von Aurelie herausgerissen, gefaltet und dann auf die letzte Seite gesteckt. Ganz unten stehen 2 neue Sätze, die von ihr geschrieben wurden. Im Vergleich zu den Texten davor sind die Sätze klar lesbar. Jedoch wirkt die Handschrift so, als ob diese Sätze nur unter größten Mühen zustande gekommen sind. Und es liegt nahe, dass diese 2 Sätze sie sehr viel Zeit gekostet haben. Wenn du ein Mensch wirst, kannst du niemandem dein Geheimnis verraten. Du wirst großes Leid und dauerhafte Einsamkeit erleben. Ist das wirklich das, was dein Herz begehrt? Weil ich ihre große Schwester bin, ich liebe sie.
If you
Wow.
become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision, even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troop would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love, and she truly deserved it. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
So, zurück. Guck mal, so aus Interesse kann ich hier noch. Na, aber er ist gerade nicht da, der Otter. Was ist denn eigentlich hier? Hier war... Okay, hier ist nichts. Gegner, alle Gegner. Ich weiß nicht, welche Gegner du meinst. Okay, ich habe gerade eben noch 5 Slime verprügelt während dieser Quest, aber... Naja. Das war ja nichts Besonderes, ne? Hof von Fontaine. Ich glaube, ich habe Reiter auf heute noch nicht gesehen. Also so gar nicht. Aber wenn ich das richtig mitgekriegt habe, hat er seine Nichte zu Besuch. Also von daher, es sei ihm gegönnt, ne?
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then it's a meaningful way to end the story.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director Aurelie and her alone.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role. Pouring and aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world. I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her. Besides, a role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No, 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 no. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine.
No, that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nerilette. I know just where to find him.
Dann gehen wir jetzt mal unseren Otter überreden. Wo gammelt der Otter denn rum? Kann ich mich da in die Nähe teleportieren? Bin ja ein fauler Sack, ne?
Hey, look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
Du hast nur geraten. Ja klar.
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
Yes, and this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another, and... well, here we are. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No, nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalect.
You are very welcome.
Gut, dann gehen wir jetzt wieder zurück. Spider-Man betritt das Gebäude.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
It's amazing! Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up!
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, O little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why? Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart. Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Is she here yet?
Will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité est nourrie, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on!
Oh, so it was Farina after all. She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down, don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy?
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience like it?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Farina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
Don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's work deserves recognition. Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
Well, one way or another, we did it. I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note. That's all that matters.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the Little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our path...
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't know if my health will allow me to.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly recovered as well. What about you, Miss Farina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as I previously imagined. Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah, there was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people and how they touch the lives of others around them. I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Ja, das waren die kleinen Okanide. Mhm. Und wen als nächstes? Gute Frage, ne? Ich hätte jetzt gerne Chlorint gespielt, weil die ja jetzt quasi die Duellrepräsentantin unter Ding war. Unter Göttin Furina. Also unter Eintor Arkon Furina. Bitte unter, wie wird es ausgesprochen? Volkerlore? Aber leider fehlt mir der Schlüssel um den Legendeneintrag quasi. Ach, wir gehen ein bisschen nach Inazuma. Ja. Auch voll. Gucken wir noch, ob wir mit... Ja.
Ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands. Is that how humans feel about it as well?
Was man mit dem Schlüssel machen muss, die täglichen Aufgaben, und die habe ich für heute schon erledigt. Und du brauchst halt, du musst an 2 Tagen musst du die Dinge gemacht haben. Die täglichen Aufgaben, also insgesamt 8 Mal. Also erst morgen theoretisch. $11.000 Meter. Jetzt immer noch so viel Gebiet, was ich nicht erkundet habe, aber ich habe es bisher noch nicht. Ich habe ja irgendwie gehofft, dass hier das Gebiet aufgedeckt wird über eine Quest, dass sie hier irgendwie noch eine Quest hinzugefügt haben. Aber hier steht da nicht mal was von Wait-Quest, die ich noch nicht angenommen habe. Also hier ist ja nada, hier ist niente. Das Einzige, was hier ist ein Teleportpunkt, mit dem ich einfach da hinkomme. Gute Frage. Hinkommen. Ja, du kommst ja hin. So ist es ja nicht. Aber ich habe gehofft, dass man da über eine Quest das Gebiet freischaltet. Aber das ist leider nicht der Fall.
We haven't been to the Yai Publishing House in a while. Paimon wonders if they have any new books in. The one we read with A that time was pretty cool.
Come on, this is a no-brainer, man. There's only one thing worth wishing for, and that is a ton of Mora.
But the exam's next week. If I fail again, I'm seriously done for. I'm better off wishing that my exam goes smoothly.
Ah, it's just an exam. Trust me, there's no problem you can't solve by throwing Mora at it. If it doesn't work, then just keep throwing till it does.
What are they arguing about? It's quite a spirited debate.
Huh? Really? You guys don't know? You need but stand on this land at midnight, lower your head and recite a special incantation, then your wish will come true. Looks like you guys really aren't in the loop. This, my friends, is the next big thing. A highly effective wish ritual guaranteed to make your wishes come true.
Ja. Wenn es dem nachgehen würde, müsste ich mir einen ganzen Geldspeicher voll mit Kohle wünschen. Also Moneten.
A wish ritual? That actually works? Right? Even Paimon knows that's just not how the world works.
I didn't believe it at first either, but that changed when it worked for someone I know. It's this guy called Kunihiko. He's practically always been unemployed, wastes his days away, and he owes a lot of money. Like a lot. But get this. I don't see him for a few days, and suddenly I find him dressed to the nines and feasting at a high-class restaurant. I heard it directly from him. He used this wishing ritual, and the next day he woke up to find his whole bed filled high with mora.
His whole bed was filled with... Wow!
Paimon, du Gierlappen.
Of course, I'm sure the part about waking up lying on a bed of mora is a bit of an exaggeration.
Wünsche 2, ich nehme gern den anderen, aber stell sicher, dass es auch die richtige Währung ist. Ja, gut. Kannst du umtauschen im Zweifelsfall.
Whether you believe it or not, it's not exactly a difficult ritual.
Dann kaufst du dir einfach eine Bank und tust deinen eigenen Wechselkurs aufstellen.
If you're still feeling skeptical, just ask around. There are a lot of very compelling stories going around these days.
Really? Well, come on! Let's go ask around right now, shall we? Well, if it really is true, then just think of all the mora Paimon could... Oh, and you'd finally be reunited with your twin too! Let's go, let's go!
Großes Narukami-Opferritual. Uhu. Super, hast du viel Geldscheine und am Ende bleibt nicht mal genug für eine Currywurst über. Ja, gut.
On closer inspection, it seems like there really are a lot of people talking about this kind of stuff. Hey, see those two? Paimon remembers them from the AI publishing house. One's an editor and the other's an author.
Grasp the thought in mind. Clear like the light of the moon. As close as kin with you. No, thou. Wait, thee? Hear my summons, right?
No, it's not hear my summons, it's heed my summons. Heed! You're never going to get it down at this rate.
Hey, what are you guys up to?
Whoa! Sheesh, you scared me. Okay. Okay. Where did I leave off with the incantation again?
Incantation? Are you guys trying out this new wishing ritual stuff too?
Junkichi is trying it out, to be specific. He's hit a bit of a creativity block recently, so... I'm helping him make a wish so that he can move past it. I mean, I obviously don't, but Junkichi never listens to an outside opinion, so all I can do is go along with it.
Mr. Shigeru, can you please be a little more accommodating? This is extremely important to me. People have had all kinds of wishes come true. Become more attractive, get rich quick, ace their studies. I'm just a poor, struggling writer looking to get over a creative hurdle. Is that so much to ask? Anyway, I just know this is going to work. I have a gut feeling about it.
Didn't you say the same thing when you went to make your wish at the Grand Narukami Shrine? Oh, I just know this is gonna work. I have a gut feeling about it.
The omamori from the shrine take too long to have any effect on your luck. All right, enough of that. Help me get this incantation down. My new book depends on it.
Look, to be completely honest, I think you need to sit down and have a good think about what kind of story you want to write. Where's all that self-confidence you had when you first started out? Look at you now, trying dubious methods from any old light novel.
Wait. What? This wishing ritual comes from a light novel?
Yep, it's from the one called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. No, it's most likely a self-published title. It just appeared out of nowhere and took Inazuma by storm. As a fellow writer, I'll refrain from passing comment on how well the story is written, but everyone is saying the wishing incantations it contains are the real deal.
Look, Junkichi, yes, everyone's saying it's real, it works, but that's only half the story. I've also heard lots of people saying that everyone who's had their wish granted using this method starts behaving strangely.
What's so surprising about that? They're probably just giddy with joy at having their wish come true.
This is starting to sound a little suspicious. Why don't we go to the Grand Narukami Shrine and ask Yaimiko about? She's the expert when it comes to both light novels and the supernatural.
Kuru, das ist der Reiter. Als ob er gehört hätte, dass wir über ihn geredet haben. Auch wenn es jetzt schon eine Stunde oder zwei vorbei ist. Na, Reiter. Alles Fisch bei dir? Jo, und selbst so, ja. Muss. Da ist er doch. Unsere Kitsune-Dame da. Glaube ich. Doch, was denn Kitsune? Ach, keine Ahnung, ich kann mir das nicht merken.
Well, hello there, young ones. What brings you to the shrine? It just so happens that I have a wonderful novel here. I highly recommend it. Oh? Well, what did you want to ask?
Well, we were just... actually, you look kind of busy. Is this a bad time?
Ja, Reiter, wir haben über dich geredet. Wenn auch nur ganz kurz. Ich habe nämlich gesagt, ich habe Reiter für heute noch nicht gesehen. Und dann, wie es der Zufall will, kommst du fast eine Stunde später hier rein und ja, ne? Der einzig wahre Reiter. Er hat's herausgefunden. Man redet über ihn.
No, not at all. It's nothing major.
Lady Guji, what do you mean, nothing major? I'm begging you, you've got to help me save my brother.
It really is nothing major. I stand by that. Oh, but since you're so curious, let's have him relate the story one more time, just for you.
You two seem to have a good relationship with Guji-ai. Please, put in a good word for me. You have to convince her to help my brother. Here's what happened. My name is Kato Yohei, and my brother is Kato Shingo. All he's ever wanted is to become a swordmaster, so he once asked Sensei Domon of the Meikyo Shisui art to take him on as a disciple. Domon turned him away, took one look at him and said he didn't have what it takes to train in the art of the sword. But my brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could, and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently. But since his victory, he's been acting extremely strange. It's like he's become a completely different person. The doctors can't find anything wrong with him, so I'm betting it must be the work of an evil spirit. That's why I'm here, begging for Guji-ai's help.
You know, There really aren't as many evil spirits lurking around as you seem to think. Your brother achieved the goal he'd been striving toward for as long as he can remember, and now it's gone. It's only natural that he feels a little empty and lost while he's trying to find a new direction. If it were me, I'd just leave him be for a couple of days. He'll recover on his own soon enough.
No, Lady Guji. If you saw him for yourself, you'd know. I guarantee you, he's not acting like someone who feels empty and lost.
Oh, all right. Then tell me, when did your brother spar with Domon's disciple?
About 5 days ago.
5 days ago, you say?
Yes, Lady Guji. That's a long time for him to be acting up like this. I'm really worried about him. Our greatest wish is to one day found our own school, just like Domon. We can't jeopardize that dream now.
Wait a minute, now I'm a little confused. Are you here to save your brother, or are you here to make your dreams of founding a martial arts school come true?
Well, they're kinda two sides of the same coin, aren't they?
Whatever. Let me ask you this. Have you heard of any interesting new rumors lately? If so, I'd love to hear about them.
What? Rumors? I haven't heard anything.
Oh dear. Well, that's too bad.
Lady Guji, please stop changing the subject. This is someone's life we're talking about here. Please, you've gotta help me.
Nice. Nox hat durch meine Zauberrampe, die ich da hingebastelt habe, für 5 Coins von dem Jump Game gewonnen.
Miko, he seems really desperate. His thing with his brother sounds really bad. Come on, you should help him.
Okay, fine. Then it's decided.
Yay, Miko! So you're gonna help him?
Kato, whatever your name was, these two guests are trusted acquaintances of mine, and in fact, they are experts in resolving all manner of strange and supernatural phenomena. Exorcisms and that sort of thing are all in a day's work for them.
Yeah! Wait a sec!
Really?
Is that hesitation that I detect in your voice? So let me get this straight. You come begging to me for help, I actually recommend someone for the job, then suddenly you start doubting me?
Not at all, never. Whatever Lady Guji says, I trust wholeheartedly. Thank you two for your willingness to help. Please follow me.
No, hold on a hot second, Miko. We may be a lot of things, but we ain't exorcists!
Don't worry. If he wants an exorcism, just grab a handful of salt and mutter some mumbo-jumbo while you're sprinkling it around. It's a common trope in light novels, right? You just have to have a bit of bravado. As soon as the protagonist gains self-confidence, everything else just magically falls into place. Well, you were the ones who seemed concerned about his situation. Don't you think it would be a little unfair to make me do all the work? Besides, we both know you wouldn't be here at the Grand Narukami Shrine unless you had a request for me too. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that you come in good faith.
This feels all wrong! But you technically have a point, so...
Alright, let's go. Don't worry now, I'll be coming along too.
Okay, let's follow Yohei and go visit his brother. What is going on here? Granted, you never be quite sure what's going on in Miko's mind, but she seems even more disinterested than usual in Yohei's situation. Well, a life's at stake here, so it looks like we'll have to deal with that first before we'll get the chance to ask her about the incantations.
Da unten ist gerade irgendwas halb verbrannt.
How strange. My brother's been meditating here pretty much constantly over the past few days, but now he's gone.
Meditating?
Yeah, it's something that he suddenly started doing after defeating Domon's disciple. He just sits there alone, talking to himself. It's pretty disturbing, actually. But that's not important right now. Where the heck could he have gone in his current state?
This does pose a bit of a problem. If we can't find your brother, well, we can't perform an exorcism with nothing to exorcise, can we? Kato, whatever your name was, given the circumstances, why don't you start by going to find your brother and also picking up a handful of salt on your way? We'll need to use it during the exorcism.
Okay. Okay, got it. I'm on it.
Miko, what about us? Shouldn't we help look for his brother too?
No need. While What's-His-Face is handling that, we'll take a walk around and ask people what they know about the two brothers. Maybe we'll find out some amusing details.
About the Kato brothers.
Oh, are you debt collectors? Yohei said to tell you not to worry. He'll be able to pay you back as soon as he has enrolled a few disciples.
Huh? Debt collectors? No, we're not here for anything like that. But, it sounds like Yohei and Shingo have gotten themselves into a bit of a pickle.
Well, yes. I don't think there's any disputing that. Those two don't have an ounce of dedication between them. They just hop between ideas and won't stick to anything.
Huh? But Yohei said his brother has always wanted to become a sword master, and even asked Domon to be his sensei.
That's true, yes. Shingo begged Domon to take him on, and eventually, he finally relented. But even after convincing a renowned sensei to give him a chance, he was the same as ever, bumming around in class instead of focusing on his training. In the end, Domon had had enough and kicked him out. but Shingo was resentful about it. He blamed Domon for not seeing his potential, and even declared that he would challenge a disciple of Domon to a duel.
Wait, what? That's not what we heard.
Oh, how interesting. We heard a slightly different version. My brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently.
Yohei said that? That Shingo trained hard. That's ridiculous. He just lay there cussing to high heaven all day, every day. Some training regimen that is. Yohei did tell me about Shingo winning the fight, but I took it with a grain of salt. You can ask Kenji at the village entrance more about that. He always has reliable information.
Es ist immer schön, wenn man Informationen collectet. Denn meistens sind die Informationen nicht das, was sie vorgeben. Bis du das, was du als erstes gesagt kriegst.
Oh. Oh, you mean Shingo and Yohei?
Yeah, we heard that Shingo defeated an apprentice of Domon's recently. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. Oh, wait, so are you here because you heard they're starting their own school and you're looking to sign up?
We're not here to sign up, but we would like to hear more details about the fight.
Well, you've come to the right person. I actually went to watch it. I thought it was a joke when I first heard that Shingo was going to challenge a disciple of the Meikyo Shisui art. But when he drew his sword, he became a whole different person. The way he handled his blade, it was like flowing water, mesmerizing to watch. Domon's disciple is no pushover, but he was absolutely no match for Shingo.
Is Shingo really that strong?
Yep, he seemed pretty euphoric after winning the duel, too. He was celebrating very vocally, saying something like, "What a duel. I haven't felt this good in a long time."
Any other details to share? We've heard that Shingo has been behaving rather out of character since then.
I'd definitely say that he has more energy than he used to. In the past, he never used to do much except lie around sunbathing all day. But just yesterday, for example, I saw him cutting down trees for the village head. In the space of one afternoon, he did what most people couldn't finish in 3 days. Not only that, but he managed to fell a lavender melon tree with just one kick.
Quite impressive.
Things got weird after that, though. The village head brought out some tofu for him, and he just flipped out. He shouted, "What is that stuff? Keep that away from me!" and then ran off.
Lady Guji, esteemed exorcists. Finally, I found you. I found my brother. He's at the waterfall, and I've got the salt you asked for, too. Come on, let's go!
Oh, as much as I'd prefer to stay and hear some more delicious details, I suppose we'd better be going now that he's been found.
Na, was willst denn du jetzt von mir? Hau ab. Hau ab. Ich box dich. Ich schwör. Ja, richtig so.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, hey. Loot. Looty, looty, loot, loot. Sexy little loot. Jetzt müssen wir nur herausfinden, wo genau ich bin. Wenn man die Skikiste jetzt abhaken kann. Müsste die da sein, oder? Yep. This seems to be the right possession.
Action has its risks. Be careful.
Look over there. That's him at the waterfall.
So this is Yohei's brother. Whoa. He's meditating while sitting in a waterfall. That's pretty wild. Hey, listen! He's talking to himself.
Woohoo! How's that? Can you feel it? Can you feel the feeling of manliness? Found your own school? Ha! So shallow. How can a manly man aspire to something so lame? Please, spare me. Spare me. I can't feel the manliness. I can't even feel the cold anymore. I can't take any more. I'm gonna die. Yohei. Yohei! Save me! Save me!
Did you hear that? All the nonsense aside, he's going for help!
Huh? Who goes there?
He stood up! And now he's coming this way!
No, don't come any closer. Help!
What do we do? Miko, think of something!
Oh, poor thing. Yohei, your brother's life is hanging in the balance, and he's using his final breaths to call on you for help. Whatever shall we do?
Well, how should I know?
The way it looks to me is that Shingo feels terribly resentful to you about something. Would you mind telling me what that's all about?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
You don't know? But surely you should have more insight than anyone else into how your brother came to be this way? Yohei, I suggest you think very carefully before you open your mouth again. This is a life or death situation. Your brother is your closest relative. You must have noticed straight away when he started acting out of character. And yet, 5 whole days pass before it occurs to you to come and seek help from me. You really expect me not to notice the gaping holes in your story?
But
As you wish. It's fine by me if you don't want to tell the truth. But after Shingo dies, you'll be next. It's futile trying to escape. Anywhere in the world you run to, it will be right behind your back. After all, you did summon it together.
All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. My brother and I used a wishing incantation. We made a wish. Yes, that's it. The one that's all the rage right now. you just have to recite an incantation at midnight and your wish will be granted. Just like the book described, we drew the magic symbol, stepped inside it barefoot at midnight, said the incantation, and lo and behold, spheres of light appeared all around us. After my brother wished to become a swordmaster, it really worked. Out of nowhere, he suddenly had these amazing sword skills, but his whole personality changed too. Because I was worried that if he goes back to normal, he'll lose his skills with the sword. If that happens, it'd ruin our plans to start a martial arts school, and we'd be back to being poor. I just wanted to keep this under wraps until we'd managed to get the dojo set up and paid off our debts.
So then, why'd you go to the Grand Narukami Shrine?
Well, 'cause with the way he's acting now, I was worried that rumors might start spreading that he's gotten involved in the occult arts or something, and then no one would want to sign up as his disciple. So I was thinking that maybe Lady Gucci might have a way to get my brother back to normal, but let him keep his sword skills?
My, look at you with your ingenious schemes. Stop deluding yourself. These newfound sword skills are not his. They belong to the spirit that has possessed him.
You're right, you're right. We were wrong to do what we did. We had this coming.
All right, then. Your turn now, my little friend. Toss the salt, and then draw your sword.
What is that?
It's the spirit!
See that? That's what you summoned. And look, now that Shingo's no use, it's coming straight for you.
Save me! Save me!
Miko! He fainted! What do we do now?
We do nothing. But you, little one, just a quick fight and this will all be over.
Who's this? Ah, a fellow swordmaster. Come on, fight me!
He's coming! Be careful!
Let me try ways to the wicked! End you!
That was great! Excellent! Whoop! What a rush! I haven't felt this great in a long, long time.
He disappeared! But he looked pretty content at the end there. Huh. Well, Paimon sure is confused. Do you know what that was all about?
Viel Spaß, Radar.
Ah, we can talk about it later. They're about to wake up.
What am I doing here? Yohei? Yohei, is that you?
Shingo, are you alright?
Yohei, I had the weirdest dream. I dreamed that I wasn't a useless loser with a sword anymore. I even beat one of Domon's disciples. I thought we could finally open a dojo of our own now. But then I realized I couldn't control my own body. And there was this voice in my ear talking to me constantly. I was terrified, and I wanted to take control of my body back, but I couldn't. And the voice kept talking about manliness.
Shingo, we shouldn't have made that wish. We summoned a spirit and it possessed you.
Yes, and had we not come to your rescue, your life would have been over before too much longer. Then the spirit would have haunted your brother until he died of fatigue too.
Thank you, Lady Guji, and thank you for your assistance, exorcism experts.
All right, take him to get some rest. He's very weak right now, having been possessed for quite a few days. He will experience a high fever, but it won't be fatal. Remember, this is the price you pay. At this point, I would normally lecture you on the dire consequences of using occult methods to obtain power that does not belong to you. But I think you get the picture now, don't you?
Yes, we understand now. We won't do it ever again.
Thank you, Lady Guji. Thank you, exorcists. We'll be on our way then. Come on, Shingo.
Miko, would they really have lost their lives if we hadn't gotten involved? And if so, why the heck were you so reluctant to help out?
They would have been fine. I had to scare them a little, though. Otherwise, I hardly think these two lazy rascals would have learned their lesson.
So, what was it that possessed Shingo?
You saw it all for yourselves. I'm sure you can figure out what kind of spirit had possessed him, can't you?
Ah! Paimon's got it. It was an Oni.
Correct. Although it possessed Shingo, it didn't have any ill intentions. As a matter of fact, it actually seemed like it was trying to train Shingo to become bolder.
Huh. Fair enough. But it seemed like it had the opposite effect.
Tossing salt caused it to temporarily leave Shingo's body. Then, you exhausted its strength by fighting it, so it disappeared.
Hallo, McCain.
Even if we'd done nothing at all, Shingo would have eventually become too weak for his body to host the spirit, and it would have left of its own accord. Of course, it would have been more stressful for Shingo and Yohei that way. Still, the experience may ultimately have been more effective than me scaring them into submission with a little exaggeration.
Whew. Well, the main thing is that nobody got hurt.
Na, wie geht's? Ja, muss, ne? Ein MC is in the house. Ja.
All right, seems like we've wrapped up everything here. Come on, off we go.
Hold on, Miko. You say everything's wrapped up, but are you sure about that?
You mean you disagree? Oh, you mean that they got the incantation from that book. Yes, I know the one.
Actually, that book's the whole reason we came looking for you at the shrine today. Incantations seem really popular right now.
Human beings don't have powers like us yokai. It's quite understandable for them to be interested in incantations to summon the supernatural.
That's not the point. The problem is that the incantations in the book are actually capable of summoning spirits and stuff. And loads of people are trying it.
Even then, humans only have so much strength. Even if they do successfully summon a spirit with the incantation, it won't stay with them for very long. I really wouldn't fret about it.
But who wrote this book? And why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here? What do you think, Traveler? She has been pretty trustworthy so far. She said from the beginning that it wasn't anything major. And so far, there hasn't been any big danger.
Lady Yai, I finally found you.
Kuroda, what are you doing here?
I'm here to report on Yai Publishing House's sales for the last month. All the numbers are here. Please take a look.
Let me see. What? We're losing market share?
Yes. Overall bestseller, readers' favorite, and trending ranking. We're being beaten in all categories. One book is topping the charts. It's called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits.
Both of you, back here now!
Nico? What is it? You have a really scary look on your face.
Things just got serious. A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits is an all-round hit, summarily beating the novels of the Yai Publishing House by every analysis. Just what is that supposed to mean? I worked extremely hard to promote our latest featured work, and now a rival book comes out of nowhere and steals our thunder. If this isn't the very definition of intolerable, I don't know what is. I have to come up with a counterplan, and you are going to help me.
Huh? How is this our problem all of a sudden?
Paimon, please. Who wrote this book and why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here? Oh, am I to take it that the safety of the people of Inazuma isn't so important in your eyes after all?
Wow, jetzt rät sie die Worte, die Paimon vorher genannt hat, zu ihrem Gunste um, dass wir ihr helfen. Wow.
What just happened? Again, you technically have a point, but this feels all wrong.
Nothing's wrong, okay? Come on. We're going to war. I'm going to head back and make some preparations. Meet me outside the Yai Publishing House.
Yay.
All right, Nico, we're here. So what's your plan of action to deal with this rival book?
Why don't you take a guess? I'll give you a hint. It's to do with the Yai Publishing House.
Oh, Paimon knows! Combine the reputation of the Yai Publishing House with the status of Guji Yai and tell everyone that the incantations in that book are dangerous!
Oh, wow. Your first guess and you got it absolutely wrong.
Yeah! Wait! Seriously? That wasn't it?
A first-hand guide to summoning spirits is the hottest light novel right now. If we did as you suggested, we would effectively be advertising to everyone that the incantations are real. In bending over backwards trying to warn everyone about the dangers, all we would accomplish is to create more curious readers ready to try them out. Also, sales for the book would only increase further.
Okay, yeah, that would be pretty catastrophic. Oh, how about we confiscate all the copies?
Leaving aside the issue of the enormous manpower and resources such an operation would require, going to such lengths over a light novel would be extremely disruptive to the lives of Inazumans.
But that means there's nothing we can do.
Well, I've been thinking. I've read A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. It has many other good qualities besides the incantations alone. The book contains many ancient kaiden, or tales of the supernatural, and is written in a very engaging way. That is why the book has become so popular. I think we're going to have a difficult time trying to rein in its popularity while it's the only work in its league on the market. That's right. How do you get rid of the next big thing? You replace it with the next big thing. So what we're going to do is create Inazuma's newest hit novel. Smash our rivals' sales numbers and win our readers back. That is how Yaimiko wages war. Incidentally, this will also be the best way to combat the influence of a first-hand guide to summoning spirits.
Wait, Miko. So you want us to write a novel?
Well, becoming an accomplished novelist certainly isn't an overnight process. But let's not forget that I am the chief editor of the Yai Publishing House. I have my ways. I did say this is what we're going to do. I trust that the word teamwork is in your vocabulary. Anyway, there is a writer submission event going on at the moment. Start by talking to readers and finding out what they're into. When you have an idea of what the current trends are, come back and see me. I'll be at Uyu Restaurant. Find me there when you're done. I will assemble a team, and we can work while we eat.
Mhm. Jetzt dürfen wir schon wieder Intel gathern. Also Informationen sammeln.
I've been reading light novels for a long time now. I'm mainly into big, ambitious fantasy works with an original core concept and good storytelling. These days, though, everyone seems to be imitating each other. Most of the time, I can guess what the story is about just from the title. The only recent book worth mentioning is A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. Not only is it a good story, but the descriptions are really true to life. So much so that I'm almost wondering if maybe the author really has met all those yokai before.
I'll be honest, I read light novels for the cheap thrills. In most traditional stories, the protagonist usually has this long and drawn-out character arc, usually involving a process of separation, loss, and ultimately growth and renewed strength. It reads well and everything, it's just a little slow-paced for me. By contrast, there's this popular light novel at the moment called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, where the protagonist is super strong right from the get-go. That's what I mean by cheap thrills. Action-packed right from page one. The protagonist is a kitsune who has not only mastered the secret art of incantations, but also tea ceremony, painting, and calligraphy.
Warum hört sich das so an, als ob das Buch Yay persönlich geht?
Light novel is having good illustrations. When to use illustrations, what they should contain, and which artist you should commission for them. These are all key things to bear in mind. Good illustrations can make up for bad writing. But on the flip side, a bad illustration can ruin your novel, even if you have the best story in the world. There's a saying that light novels are essentially a case of buy art, get words free. I'd agree with that. Too bad most of the top artists have jam-packed schedules, so it's extremely difficult to commission them. The illustrations in A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits are incredible, but it's unlike any art style I've ever seen before.
There's much more to light novels than Paimon realized. Let's go tell our findings to Yaimiko.
Gut, dass ich da jetzt nicht runtergesprungen bin, sonst hätte ich den ganzen Weg nochmal hochlaufen müssen.
There you are. Let me introduce the team. You've already met Junkichi and Shigeru. Shigeru is an experienced editor, and Junkichi is the author he's partnered with. Junkichi's working through a creative lull at the moment, but all his past works have been very popular with young people. He's developed a distinct and enduringly popular style. Satomi is Yai Publishing House's ace in the hole. Her specialty is that she can write all kinds of completely different stories and all under different pen names. As for what those names are, well, that's a trade secret. They will be teaming up with us to collectively create the novel that knocks a first-hand guide to summoning spirits off its perch. So, feeling better about my plan now?
Uh-huh. It definitely makes sense.
Now then, tell me what you found out about readers' preferences. All very true. An original core concept, a fast pace, quality illustrations, and lots of action. This is the formula that will guarantee good sales numbers. More importantly than that, even though it's a work of fiction, we have to deliver a sense of realism.
Paimon followed pretty much all of that, but there's still one question. What are we actually gonna write about? For example, we know we need an original core concept, but how do we come up with one?
Before you can answer that question, you have to understand your target audience. Take a first-hand guide to summoning spirits, for example. When I read it, all I find is common knowledge to the kitsune. But to the general public, it's bursting with new and interesting ideas. It all comes down to the size of the information gap between author and reader. As a traveler, there must be a great many things you know that are complete unknowns to the people of Inazuma. What is commonplace to you may be fresh and original to them.
Oh, right! So maybe we can take inspiration from our time in Mondstadt and Lille. But that would make it a completely different genre than a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. Is that gonna be a problem?
Not at all. You don't have to worry so much about how to compete with that book. All you have to do is provide some interesting ideas based on your travel experiences. As long as the core content is interesting, my expert team here will be able to flesh out the details.
Alright, let's start with Chapter 1 then. What are you thinking? This sounds like a great one! Let's see here. The protagonist arrives in Mondstadt for the first time to the sight of a dragon flying around and wreaking havoc on the city. With the help of some trusty companions, the protagonist successfully defeats the dragon. But then, the dragon suddenly turns into a beautiful young woman. Human, let us work together to build a better future. The love story between human and dragon begins today? Well, that was an unexpected development. What happened to the grand adventure? What? But that's so misleading.
Out of a maximum of 10 points, I'd give that a 9. The story certainly goes in an unorthodox direction, and the Dragon Girl sounds destined to be a hit character. Approved.
What the heck?
Good job, little one. You're not only drawing on your own experiences, but it seems you're filtering them through the lens of the kinds of light novels you've read in the past. I think you really understand what we're trying to do here. Thoughts from the experts? Are we able to work with this general framework to make an interesting story?
Yeah, we think it works. I tend to overcomplicate the core concept if I'm not careful, so this deals with that problem.
That's good. Okay, we're done with Chapter 1. Let's move on to Chapter 2.
Huh? Won't that do for now?
Readers will devour your content a lot more quickly than you'd think. If we don't keep delivering the goods now we've caught their attention, all our hard work so far is in vain. Hurry, Chapter 2, let's go. Can't you see that Satomi is waiting?
Huh? What's wrong with you? You don't look so good.
What a pity. I thought your beginner's luck would carry you a little further before it came to this. But alas, the time has come prematurely.
Before it came to what? What's happened?
The bane of our existence, writer's block. It's your arch nemesis for life, appearing without warning and inflicting a pain worse than death upon the writer. They sell their souls just to get their muse back.
Sounds awful!
When this happens, the best thing you can do is have a bite to eat and take a proper break. Boss, get me a plate of fried tofu, and get some kushikatsu for these two. Just the basic kind will do. Don't worry, this is my treat.
Your treat? Oh, wait a minute. Miko, we'll be getting paid for all the hard work we're doing, right?
Of course, everyone that takes part in the creative process will be paid.
Alright, cool. Then let's press on, shall we? Don't give up now, for the sake of our paycheck, get your brain going! Ooh, ooh! Does this mean your inspirations come back? Let's see now. The protagonist arrives in Liyue and befriends a young man who doesn't have the money to pay for anything. Only later do we find out that this young man is none other than Rex Lapis himself. With the help of the Qixing and the protection of the Adepti, I am free to roam this vast realm. Is this the kind of cheap thrill that guy was talking about?
I give it a 9.8. The story is fun and action-packed with no dark undertones. Also, there are a great many legends about Rex Lapis. I'm sure it will spark the people's curiosity. I, for one, think there's a sizable market for this. Approved.
Alright, well, let's just hope Zhang Li doesn't mind.
Great. Well, now Satomi can get started on that.
Leave it to me, Lady Yae.
Let's write about Inazuma in the 3rd chapter, shall we? I can help with this one. We can use the Vision Hunt decree or your experience in the Resistance. Any ideas? Clearly very closely based on your own personal experience, with no major changes at all. That's fine. Since it's something that took place in Inazuma, it might actually be more interesting to readers if it's grounded in the truth. One thing, though. We'll need to rewrite the part about me giving you the Omamori. Let's change it to... The mysterious Lady Kitsune teaches the protagonist a spell that can make their wishes come true. The protagonist uses this spell to defeat the Raiden Shogun in battle. That should do the trick.
Whoa, so we're really going head-to-head with our rival on this one, huh?
I suppose so. Once they're done writing the manuscript, I'll write the passage where the protagonist recites the incantation myself.
Are we done then? Do you really think this will be able to beat a first-hand guide to summoning spirits?
The content is fine. Now we just need to promote it. I will contact an artist to make some illustrations. I'm positive they will be at least as good as those in A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. We'll also need an endorsement on a paper band around the book. I can get the wonderful Ms. Hina to write that. She runs a regular Q&A column in That's Life magazine. The people of Inazuma absolutely adore her. You're free to take a break while the creative team is doing their work, but please go by the Yai Publishing House at some point to commission Ms. Hina for that recommendation. Once our light novel is complete, let's meet at the writer's submission event.
Geh für die Buchempfehlungen zum Verlagshaus. Yay.
Miss Hina doesn't usually do endorsements, but since it's Lady Guji that's asking, we'll see what we can do. With Miss Hina getting so popular lately, a lot of people have come to us hoping to do a collaboration. But Miss Hina's not interested in any of it. She still prefers to focus all her efforts on replying to readers' letters, and turns down every promotional opportunity she can. Maybe that's why her fans like her so much. I'm getting off topic here. Anyway, if we can get that endorsement from Miss Hina, you'll definitely get an exposure boost at the beginning. May your light novel sell well and set a new record for the Yai Publishing House.
We'll do our best.
Ja, wir geben unser Bestes. Gehe zu dem Schreibwettbewerb und reiche deinen Beitrag ein. Ja.
Are you sure you'd like to submit this entry? Let me see. The Miraculous Adventures of the Traveler by Thousand Hands.
What a strange pen name. Definitely your doing. Having been around you so much recently, Paimon's slowly starting to understand your unique tastes.
What do you mean, strange? It took a lot of work by a lot of different people to get this thing finished. Don't you think it's a very descriptive pen name?
We'll get this printed as a matter of priority and conduct trial sales in pilot locations throughout Inazuma. I'll announce the sales numbers in 3 days.
Uh-oh. Paimon's getting a little nervous now. Do you really think this is gonna work?
That's right. Be confident in your work. That's exactly how a light novelist should be.
Okay, then I'll sign you up. Please come back in 3 days for the results. Thank you all for your submission. I wish you the very best of luck.
Warte 3 Tage. Oh, cool. Achievement. Versteckte voraus. Schließe die Prüfung im Oberreich ab und lasse die treibende Insel erscheinen. Cool. Nicht jeder Schatz besteht aus Silber und Gold. Das Allheilmittel konnte nicht gefunden werden. Ja, kein Wunder. Gibt ja auch kein Allheilmittel. Das wäre schön. So, jetzt gibt mal ein bisschen Zeit. Nehmen wir doch mal. Theoretisch ist 0 Uhr morgen. Ja, steht ja auch da. Ay, caramba, mein Rücken. So, das sind jetzt 2. Und doch gibt es, ist so eine kleine Kugel mit Schwarzpulver. Ja, okay. Oh, das waren schon die 3 Tage. Cool.
Ah, you've all finally made it. Good news, everyone. I just received word that your light novel is flying off the shelves. Multiple sales locations are asking when we'll be printing more copies.
Woohoo! That's great!
This level of success is an amazing accomplishment for a new work. Most new books don't sell 30% of what you've sold. I have free copies for each of you here. Please take them. The payment will follow shortly, and I'll notify you to come and collect it when the time comes.
Oh yeah! The whole reason why we made this light novel was to combat the influence of a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. We sold a lot of copies, but it doesn't feel like we accomplished our goal. How do we know whether it worked?
Oh, don't worry. The change is already underway. Shh. Listen to what the people around us are talking about. The conversation has already moved on, hasn't it?
Es gibt 3 Tage für eine Quest. Andere Questgeber in der Zwischenzeit. 3 Tage sind vergangen. Wozu geil sind sie? Ja. So läuft's halt nun mal, ne?
Hey guys, have you heard about this latest Kaidan thing doing the rounds? You just need to recite the incantation from A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits at Midnight, and your wish will come true! Oh, that? That's a throwback. That's old news, man. No one's talking about that anymore. The secret spells of Lady Kitsune is the new hit thing. I've already memorized all the incantations. The secret spells of Lady Kitsune? What's that?
You haven't read it yet? Okay, so supposedly, if you recite the spell in there on a moonless night, you'll receive protection of the Kitsune and all the other powerful yokai. They can make any of your wishes come true. I heard that the incantations in A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits have weird side effects. This one guy wished for a load of Mora and got it, but then one night it all turned to leaves and he developed a high fever. They actually had to use one of the secret spells of Lady Kitsune to get rid of the discomfort. That proves that the incantations in this book are more potent than the ones everyone was trying before. Pretty much everyone I know is desperate to try it out. Just
really? Well, I better go and prepare too.
Well, feeling less worried now?
Wow, you're right! Everyone's shifting focus! But what's this moonless night that they're talking about? Hyman doesn't remember that detail from the brainstorming session.
This is something that will become very important to us further down the line. All right, it's time to move on to the next phase of the plan.
There's a phase 2?
Of course. Behind every book that hits the market lies an author, right?
Oh yeah, if we leave him to his own devices, he might just write another guide to summoning spirits! Also, we still need to figure out what his motive for writing it was!
Exactly. That's what we need to take care of next. Fortunately, I've already managed to identify the author. He's a failed light novelist named Tomoyuki. But when we went to ask him about it, he had no recollection whatsoever of having written the book. Yes, This is another case of possession. Only this time, whoever possessed him actively sought him out. After his novel submission failed, he was walking aimlessly in Araumi. In frustration, he shouted out, "Please, someone, anyone, help me write a truly amazing novel." After that, he lost consciousness.
But the spirit that wrote the book has already left him now, right? So what are we supposed to do?
Simple. It wrote a summoning incantation in the book, didn't it? So we can just use its own method to make it manifest itself. And you, my little friend, are the perfect candidate for this role. Oh, what are you talking about? The fun's just about to begin.
Ich weiß nicht, ich habe in der Quest, in der Main Story von Inazuma, habe ich ja Yay irgendwie bewundert, ne? Aber jetzt, irgendwie hat die doch schon so eine gruselige, fast schon sadistische Seite irgendwie. Warum kann die sich teleportieren und ich mich nicht? Also, dahin. Och nö.
Miko, what is this place?
The ideal spot for a little meet and greet with a certain elusive author. This is the place where we are most likely to succeed in summoning the spirit.
Really? But it feels so eerie here.
That seems rather fitting, considering that we are dealing with the spirits of the deceased here. What are you so afraid of, honestly? We're finally about to meet the true author of a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. Aren't you excited?
Paimon's heart is pounding, but Paimon's pretty sure it's not because of excitement.
Come on, in we go.
Hey, wait up! Oh, Paimon's scared. Stay close by, okay? Don't leave Paimon all alone.
Warum sollte ich hier jetzt zwangsweise, wie es ja empfohlenerweise, ein Elektro mitnehmen? Und ist die Frage, lohnt es sich überhaupt Elektro mitzunehmen, weil alle meine Elektro-Charaktere sind zu schwach für den Spaß hier. Bei 71, die habe ich ja nicht mal. Bin ja nicht mal 70 mit irgendeinem meiner Elektro-Charaktere. Oh, ja, okay, es gibt ein Elektro zum Ausprobieren. Auch gut.
What a weird painting. Miko, do you know what it's supposed to show?
Probably a scene from ancient Inazuma.
It's a good piece of artwork and all, but it's also kinda eerie. So it's a bit scary. Looks like the artist signed their name. Rakuzai? It's not very clear.
Let's go inside and take a look.
Let's get down to business. Dawn, break forth! Fall before me!
Emerge. What a new... Come on out.
Fairy.
Up.
Take this. You win.
Windblade.
Okay, ich habe herausgefunden, wie ihr Mikro funktioniert, glaube ich.
Wow, this place is huge. Hey, is that a mirror? There's a really weird-looking stool as well. Wonder what it's for.
Ah, I see. Huh. This setup is quite handy. Saves me a lot of work. All right, go and take a look around. There should be a mechanism somewhere that makes the whole room move.
Okay, ich muss die alle bewegen. Okay, will ich da jetzt runterspringen, ohne zu wissen, was mich erwartet? Na, Schatzräuber. Okay, warum ist das hier? Und wo zur Hölle stolper ich eigentlich gerade überall rein, ey?
Fairy.
Okay.
What's one yet? I'm ready.
Windblade.
Ihr habt keine Elemente aktiv, gegen die ich euch ausspielen kann jeweils, ne?
Break forth.
Show them. Right now. Right here. Emerge.
Here, I'm ready. Here. Dawn, break forth. You win. This cut down like this.
Okay, jetzt habe ich hier Loot rausgewonnen. Ah, okay, das war jetzt die aktivierte Lampe da. Okay, hier oben hat sich noch nichts geändert. Da ist der Schalter. Aber warum hat sich hier oben nichts geändert? Okay, jetzt hat sich was geändert. Warum hatte ich die Option gerade eben nicht? Na, wo muss ich denn hin? Hier hin. Das sind schon wieder Gegner. Loot, 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 Loot. Gib mir deinen Loot. Du brauchst ihn doch eh nicht. Ach, jetzt gib dir doch mal Loot. Ja, rette ich. Oh, Loot. Loot. Loot, 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 Loot. Und eine Möhre. Und eine Dämmerfrucht. Yay. Hey. Okay, hier ist ein Aufzug nach unten. Cool. Okay. Halfway down. Da ist der Schalter.
Whoa, it's that painting we just saw. It's turning this way along with the whole wall. It's getting eerier and scarier. What is this place?
Okay. Next, I will show you a secret kitsune spell. This painting is a swift summoning medium, which means I'll be able to skip many of the more tedious steps. The murky mirror reflects the view of Inazuma in a bygone age. Spirits stirred by the sight of the past will be easily drawn to it. You're up next, little one. Come on, sit yourself down here. Yes. The whole point of a summoning ritual is for a dead person's spirit to possess a living person's body. You saw what happened to that Oni samurai spirit. After leaving the host's body, he was only able to maintain his form for a very short time before disappearing.
Are we positive that summoning a spirit to possess the traveler isn't gonna have any lasting negative consequences?
Oh, you really care about the little one quite a lot, don't you? I'm a little jealous. I wish my friends were caring like that. Anyway, are you scared, little friend? Don't you worry now, it'll be over soon. Just think of it like having a dream. Sit on the chair, stare at the painting, and relax your body and mind. Try and be natural. There's really no need to be nervous.
It's like she's sitting inside the painting. Huh? Is Paimon seeing things? Did the painting just move?
Recite the incantation in your heart, little one. Also, you'll need to have some intense thoughts going through your head. A wish, for example. Now, what kind of wish do we think it would take to summon forth the author of A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits?
Probably something to do with writing?
Very good. The wish needs to be heartfelt, though, so let me help add a little realism to the equation. The book is selling exceptionally well, Traveler, but we're going to need an outline for Chapter 4 as soon as humanly possible. When is the earliest that you can turn it in by?
The painting is moving again! What the?
never thought the day would come when I'd be summoned using my own ritual. Getting a taste of my own medicine. What have we here? Another budding writer? What's come over you all? Why is everyone wishing for help with their writing? Are novels so popular in this day and age?
We got you! So you were the one who wrote a first-hand guide to summoning spirits! What are you trying to do, Why'd you put that summoning incantation in the book, huh? What's your game here?
Huh? What's this? Oh, I see. No wonder this felt so familiar. I've walked right into your trap, haven't I? You ask me what my game is here? Well, of course. It was to use this incantation as a means for all the souls of the departed yokai to make their glorious return to the world and plunge all of Inazuma into a brutal, bloody war!
What? Paimon knew it! You had an evil plan all along!
Oh, did you now? Then how naive of you to let me possess this body so easily. I sense, yes, great power within her. Good. Good! With this power, no one shall be able to stand in my way!
Wake up! Quick! Wake up! We gotta stop him!
It is futile. You shall never wake her again. This body now belongs to me!
Hey! Come on, wake up! Don't let him take your mind! Miko, think of something! You're laughing?
Oh, Rakusai, you haven't changed a bit. You caught on so quickly. Too.
Well, you made the face enough times that I couldn't exactly miss the hint. This is what you were going for, yes? Never one to stand on the sidelines of a good spectacle, are you? Always got to dive in and fan the flames, huh? You mischievous little kitsune, you. Look what you've done to this little flying one here. Aw, poor thing scared witless.
You were having plenty of fun playing the bad guy a moment ago. Now you're trying to blame it all on me?
Rakusai? Miko, you guys know each other?
Yes, we do. Of course we do.
Allow me to formally introduce the author of A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, Urakusai. No, wait. To be more accurate, it's Urakusai's memory.
Memory? But isn't he a spirit?
Ah, spirits, memories. They're just different words to describe the same thing. Something that comes from the ley lines.
Do you remember that recent incident when the Rift Hounds were gnawing at the sacred Sakura's roots? You witnessed human memories leaking from the ley lines, didn't you? Well, since there are human memories, of course there are going to be yokai memories too. In life, yokai possess supernatural powers, and even when they are a shadow of their former selves from a bygone era, they still have the ability to control whether they are visible or not. Typically, yokai memories survive longer in the world than those of humans.
Indeed, indeed. I was wandering around the sacred Sakura's roots when I suddenly heard someone yelling, "Please, someone, anyone, help me write a truly amazing novel." It piqued my curiosity, so I popped inside his body and wrote a novel for him.
So that's how it happened. But why did you include a summoning incantation in the novel?
Oh, little one. Not to toot my own horn here, but when I was alive, I wasn't just another kitsune, no. I was a mighty and powerful Daioko. The memories of other yokai can't possess human bodies at will like I can. But with this incantation, they can go one last little joyride in the world for a couple of days. Anything they're still itching to do, they can go and get it done.
But...
She's trying to say that all the commotion this causes is likely to be a great disturbance to the humans.
Disturbance? I guess you mean that we might leave them with some broken dreams after we leave, hmm? Oh, yes. And they might have a fever or whatever. But you know, I actually think that the most admirable thing about human beings is the way that they go out and shape their fate with their own two hands, given that they're not born blessed with the same powers that we enjoy. As for those who would rather draw on external power than seek to improve themselves, it's quite right that they learn their lesson eventually. So when you think about it, we're actually doing the humans a big favor. Miko, you agree, don't you?
Yes, that's what I thought too.
All right then. You finally convinced Paimon. You guys were right.
What are you scared of, little one? Don't be deceived by her day-to-day antics. Miko is actually one of the most powerful yokai out there.
Not only that, Irakusai, but my latest work has beaten that book you wrote, A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, to become the most popular in Inazuma.
Of course. You were never one to make extra work for yourself where you can help it. And yet you went to all these lengths to find my painting room, and even took the trouble to summon me. I knew you must have some ulterior motive. You were always the one to pick a quarrel with me when we all used to gather around and share stories. All right. You win, I lose. Happy now?
I finally get to hear you say it centuries later. Ooh, I must say it feels good.
I remember when you were just a little girl, always hanging off my shoulders. A few hundred years later, and you're all grown up.
Oh, Urakusai, how much time do you have left?
Not much. That goes for all of us, actually. We've all got to go back where we came from in the end. Everyone's quite content in many ways, but they still can't help but ask, are we ever going to have another Hyakyako?
Don't you worry about that, Urakusai. Arrangements are being made. When my bell rings, it means the moonless night is upon us.
Great. Wonderful. Fantastic. Miko, it's been nice catching up, but I'd better conserve my energy if I want to stick it out until then. So, I'll be on my way now.
All right. Goodbye then, Urakusai.
One last thing, Miko. I just want to know, have you been well all these years?
I've been great, of course. Every day is a happy one. Especially these days. Not only do I have my light novels, but I've also met these two delightfully nosy outlanders. And even A is finally starting to come to her senses. Quite a miracle, given how pig-headed she can be.
Oh, well, great. That's fantastic.
Urakusai, you'd be right at home in this era. A great storyteller and artist like yourself would be the Yae Publishing House's ace in the hole. And I would personally be hounding you over your next installment.
He disappeared. Are you awake? How are you feeling?
Are you all there? Here, like last time, repeat after me. Oh, you beat me to it. Looks like your brain is intact. So, your first possession, What was it like? Good. Saves me from having to explain everything again. Hearing Rakusai admit defeat has put me in the most wonderful mood. In return, it's only fair that we make sure to deliver on what they're all hoping for. Yes, though they only represent a tiny proportion of the memories in the ley lines, it will still be quite a sight to behold when the time comes. Since you've come this far, why don't you do one last thing for me, I'll need your help with the ritual.
You cannot be serious, Miko. After all that, you still have more errands for us? Huh. You guys teamed up to scare Paimon just now. If you think Paimon's gonna do anything you ask for, think again!
Aw, come on. I'm really only asking you to finish what you started. Besides, your paychecks are still in my hands.
Paimon's paycheck? Well, there's no way out now. We're in too deep.
Well, hello there, my little helpers. So nice of you to join me. You're right on time, too.
As if we had a choice. We just want our paychecks. So, Miko, what exactly do we have to do to make this Hyakyako happen? Also, to be clear, we actually have no idea what it even means.
It might sound ominous, but to put it simply, the Hyakyako is just a gathering of the yokai. Back in the day at yokai gatherings, once everyone had had plenty to drink, one by one they'd start soaring into the sky with their yokai powers. There were so many of them that their silhouettes would block out the moon. But now, the yokai memories that leak from the ley lines are weak. They are no longer able to fly. So I will be performing a convocation ritual for them, gathering all the wandering memories together in one place. When the time comes, they will gather in the sky above the Grand Narukami Shrine. Once their energy is spent, they will be satisfied and return to where they belong. All the preparations for the ritual have actually been made well in advance. Remember the incantation and the mention of moonless night that I added to our novel?
Oh, yeah! Something about reciting the secret spells of Lady Kitsune on a moonless night.
That's the one. Actually, it's not a wish-granting incantation at all. It's a spell to help calm the ley line memories. When that time comes, let's all pitch in and help send them on their way. I will start the ritual preparations shortly, and at that time, I need you to do two things. First, tell the Shrine Maidens to leave the mountain. During the Hyakyako, a whole swarm of yokai memories will be hanging around in the air above the Grand Narukami Shrine. Having the Shrine Maidens leave avoids the bothersome issue of someone potentially getting possessed. After that, I will commence the ritual, and the memories will begin to congregate. This will take some time. I need you at the foot of Mount Yogo during this part to keep an eye on nearby monster activity. The memories are normally dispersed and don't pose a threat, but when their energy is concentrated, it is likely to disturb the monsters. They may see this as an opportunity to try and make it up the mountain. I need you to fend them off so that that doesn't happen.
All right, got it. Then what?
Well, if at that point you felt like coming to the shrine and getting a close-up view of the yokai, I wouldn't say no.
Okay, let's get going.
Descend the mountain? Are those Lady Kuji's orders?
Yep, Miko said the ritual she's gonna perform soon might pose a physical danger to you all.
I see. I'll evacuate everyone right away. What about you?
We'll be taking care of a couple other things for her. And once we're done with that, we're gonna come back and do the ritual together.
It seems like Lady Kuji places great trust in you. Lady Kuji's never allowed anyone else to be in her presence when she's conducted rituals like this in the past. Thank you for helping with the ritual, and good luck.
Don't worry, we're much stronger than we look. Miko's about to start the ritual. Come on, let's go deal with the monsters down the mountain.
Wir oder die Reisende ist stärker, als sie aussieht. Weil ich glaube, Paimon, ich habe noch nie gesehen, dass Paimon irgendwie gekämpft hätte oder sowas. Die kann ja nichts außer fliegen und einen Snack sein und nerven. Oder so. Also, ich meine, Paimon kann ja noch weniger als ich. Hey. Warum steht die hier so gotteng rum wie so ein... Die steht einfach wie ein Stein, ey. Hau ab jetzt.
Monsters look really riled up. Yep, let's get rid of them as fast as we can. Then we can get back in time to see the yokai. All right, here they come.
Lay waste to the wicked.
I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up.
Zeit, ein paar Schilde zu preschen.
Lay waste to the wicked.
Windblade.
Flames, purge!
Going somewhere? The perfect distance. To the ferry.
There's so many of them. Come on, you can do it.
Das sind aber wirklich ein paar viele. Ey.
Watch your style. There's more. How dare you? Flames, purge! I need to train harder.
Alright, that's the last of the monsters. How far along do you think the ritual is? Let's head back to the Grand Narukami Shrine and take a look. So many! They're everywhere! Huh?
Yes, the memories of the yokai. They haven't been able to relax and soar through the air like this for a long time. Come with me. You all right, little one? You look a little nervous.
It's just, Paimon's never seen anything like this before! Whoa, they've really blocked out the moon!
It does look a little intimidating, doesn't it? But I know them. They may be loud and brash at times, but they are good and brave souls. Even after losing their lives in a brutal war, they have never given in to grief or despair. Alas, their time is short.
Do they really have to go?
It's a feast, and all feasts come to an end. Since you're sorry to see them leave, why don't you do the recital along with me? O Hakushin, cause of this enchantment, in reverence I perform this rite.
In reverence, I perform this rite.
To be a guiding light.
Wow, so beautiful! Look! Lights are coming from Inazuma City!
The book says, recite the secret spells of Lady Kitsune tonight, and our wishes will come true.
O Hakushin, cause of this enchantment.
I perform this rite to be a guiding light. Your unrivaled power will be honored eternally.
Murakusai, you asked if I was doing well. Really, every day is a happy day for me. But watching you all leave now, I can't help but feel a little lonely. Just a little, of course. Just as I thought, the ritual went very smoothly. Thank you both. Oh, I'm great.
But the look on your face just now...
I'm fine, seriously. Really, No. Honestly, you two.
Pico...
Fine. Well, if you're dead set on doing something for me, you can treat me to a meal.
Sure, no problem. A meal it is.
Okay. Well, see you soon then.
Warte auf den vereinbarten Zeitpunkt den nächsten Tag. Das heißt, wir müssen einfach nur ein bisschen Time skippen. Haben wir doch 6 Uhr. 6 Uhr ist eine schöne Uhrzeit.
Today is the day we agreed to treat Miko to a meal. The venue is Uyu Restaurant. Let's go!
Wait is unbearable. How is the next chapter of the miraculous adventures of the traveler not released yet?
It was quite a surprise when the moonless night finally came.
Yeah, that huge black cloud over Mount Yogo that night. It just seemed to form out of nowhere.
But then nothing happened after I made a wish using the method in that book.
Yeah. I guess light novels are just fiction after all, huh?
That night was definitely the nail in the coffin for the incantations from novels fad. Still, something tells me the miraculous adventures of the traveler will remain an interesting series for a long time to come.
Huh? Paimon can't see Miko anywhere. Guess she's not out here. Maybe she went inside already. Let's head in and look for her.
Is there anything in the world that will satisfy my taste?
Ah, my little friends. There you are.
Miko, what is this? You started eating without us?
I did, yes. You're paying after all. The thought of being able to eat the most expensive dishes and drink the finest sake, all for absolutely free? Oh, I just couldn't wait any longer. Ah, boss, see these two faces here? Remember them. They're the ones picking up the bill later.
Alrighty.
What's gotten into you? Come on, sit yourselves down. You have to try this fish. It's found exclusively in the waters around Seirai Island. They shipped it to Inazuma overnight, and it was still alive right up until I ordered it. Or maybe you'd rather try this? I know, I know. I normally can't bring myself to drink sake this expensive either. If you don't drink alcohol, that's fine too. There are all kinds of fruit juices covering the whole price spectrum.
Miko, you are outrageous! Last time we were here working on the novel, all you ordered for us was the plainest kushikatsu!
Strange. I remember no such thing. Oh, so what? You did offer to treat me to a meal, didn't you? Anyway, I am something of a VIP, you know. Wouldn't you find it embarrassing to treat me anything short of lavishly?
Miko, this meal is going to be super expensive! Aren't you afraid we won't be able to afford it?
Oh, don't you worry about that. You can most definitely afford it. They're still printing your light novel by the batch, you know. You have quite the generous payment due.
What?
on your faces right now. Too perfect. Oh, by the way, since nobody's wishes came true on the moonless night, novels with incantations are no longer in vogue. So you'll have to come up with something new for the next chapter of The Miraculous Adventures of the Traveler. The deadline is looming. I'm counting on you. Thank you for the meal. I thoroughly enjoyed myself today. Oh, did I mention? A saw that convocation ritual we performed over the Grand Narukami Shrine. I know she can be pig-headed, but it still took me by surprise when she wrote me a long and sternly worded letter about it, chastising me for taking this whole thing much too far. Oh, I hardly see what all the fuss is about. Everyone seemed perfectly happy to me.
Das war's jetzt. Echt jetzt? Es gibt keinen zweiten Akt von Dingen, glaube ich, oder? Von Miku. Boah, aber ich habe auch noch so viele, die ich noch machen muss. Oder was heißt muss, machen will. Hatte ich das mit dir gequatscht?
I thoroughly enjoyed. Oh, did I mention? I know she can be
Okay, ich hatte mit dir
pig-headed,
gequatscht.
but, I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
That's just like Erika, always refining her craft.
Jetzt, ich kann mit ihm nicht handeln. Boah, schade. Wow, immerhin. Ich kann mich ja nicht mal hier lang drücken oder so. Oh. Ich würde gerne mit dem Koch quatschen, aber irgendwie nicht mal das kann ich. Wo war letzter Ausgang? Ach da. Weil ich jetzt eigentlich... Ich erwarte, dass jetzt keine Miku mehr hier sitzt. Dachte ich mir doch. Ah, ne, Moment. Das sagte Erika, ne? Kann ich mit dir handeln? Nee, ich kann mit dir auch nicht handeln. Mann, ich will doch nur handeln. Boah, da fällt mir ein, Witcher 3 müsste ich auch mal weiterspielen. Wir haben ja auch noch Blood and Wine und Hearts of Stone, die ich im Death March durchspielen könnte. War hier keine Statue der 7? Da hatte ich die ganze Insel auf einen Schlag mit Rito freigeschaltet. Boah, Wirk. Bing. Aber auch gerade eben gesehen, ich habe eine Stammesbelohnung. Oh Leute, ich kann mich hier direkt... Artefakt-EP. Und ein bisschen Stamm ansehen. Unverfolgbares Zurückblicken, erfolgloses Suchen. Cool. Ansehensstufe. Uhu. Ach so, je mehr Stämme ich quasi auf Full Level bekomme, also das maximale Ansehen, was scheinbar Stufe 4 ist. Was ist das denn? Ein glühendes Feuerroherz. Oh, das scheint was Neues zu sein. Das ist ein Bauobjekt und das ist ein Futterrezept. Oh, cool, ja. Was sind das hier? Ist das die Stammeschronik? Mhm. Liefermeldung. Boah. Ansichtserfahrung für Menschen der Quellen. Mhm. Aber auch steht nicht bei, wie viele ich dafür krieg. Für alle Städte und Stämme in Nattland zusammen. Nur in Nattland? Das heißt, ich kann in jeder anderen Stadt, kann ich die dann nochmal machen? Ich dachte, das wäre immer... Naja. Ey, da ist Okuli. Oh mein Gott. How the heck? Okay. Zeit, etwas auszuprobieren. Schwimmen, mein kleiner... Ach du heiliger Quadratschädel, ist das hier eine... Ey, schön hier geblieben, ne? Ja. Da wäre ich jetzt fast draufgegangen, weil ich nicht gesehen habe, dass ich runtergesegelt bin. Bis ich es gerade doch so rechtzeitig gesehen habe. Junge, 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 Junge.
Let's take a moment to rest and plan our next move.
Achso, ich wollte auf der Map abkreuzen. Und dass wir schon wieder in Ding sind. In Natlan. Oh, da gab es ein Buch. Ist das eingetragen? Ja, da ist es. Oh, hier leuchtet so viel Zeug. Anfängerlanze, cool. Das ist wieder etwas, womit ich dann Sachen verbessern kann. Noch mehr Sachen zum Verbessern von Artefakten. Und hier steht eine kleine Kiste.
Better than nothing. We'll need more where that came from.
Oh. Meine entzündeten Augen haben was Schönes gesehen. Schön, schön, schön. Oh. Ja, wow, und dann kann man bei ihr nicht mal was handeln. Ist im Ernst? Ja. Bären, 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 da sind noch mehr davon. Yeah, hey, mehr Bären. Ich hab noch nicht genug davon. Bären, Bären, gib mir mehr Bären. Ich hab noch nicht genug davon. Gib sie mir alle. Ja, ja. Und nein, ich habe absolut kein... Ich habe nicht gerade absolut keinen Plan, was ich jetzt noch machen kann, weshalb ich jetzt planlos durch die Welt laufe und Scheiße quatsche.
Every course of action has its risks. Be careful.
Ach, ja. Wie weit haben wir denn schon erkundet? Kann ich das... ...26, 16, 27, 34. Warum habe ich hier mehr erkundet als in den anderen? Da ist so eine Weltquest. Irk. Achso, hier kann ich Zeug für Natlan-Charaktere sammeln, ne? Also ich gehe ja mal von aus, die müssen ja eigentlich für Natlan noch Sachen hinzufügen. Weil sie ja nur von 6 Stämmen ja erstmal nur 3 drin haben. Also ich meine, ich könnte jetzt da auch Zeug für Charaktere farmen. Sofern ich das auf die Kette kriege. Weil meistens bin ich ja zu blöd dafür. Also ich meine, ich könnte hier bei denen, könnte ich noch Stuff für Talente farmen. Dass ich die noch ein bisschen hochgedrückt krieg. Aber hier bin ich ja schon am Ende. Theoretisch, ich glaube, wenn ich die jetzt da einsetze, diese Kronen der Weisheit, dann bin ich ja eigentlich schon am Ende. Zumindest von dem Strang. Oder ich versuche mal ein paar Charaktere hochzudrücken.
Nice. Looks like my strength is on the rise. Now, how about a friendly game of beach volleyball? I won't hold back.
Okay. Warum denn auch nicht, ne? Mal das bräuchte ich das Zeug da. Beute von Goldflammen. Nee. Bitte nicht das Vieh, das war so scheiße zu besiegen. Na, das Vieh, das war doch so schön. Na. Und von denen brauche ich noch mehr. Oh, der zeigt mir sogar an, wo ich das sammeln kann. Ja, das haben sie hinzugefügt neu. Aber, ich wollte gerade sagen, ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass ich mir dafür jetzt das Ding einsacken kann. Wie viel habe ich jetzt? 2 Stück. Aber ich habe noch so viele Charaktere, die ich aufleveln kann. Was ist die hier zum Beispiel? Oder die da. Oder den da. Oder den. Sie. Ihn. Aber am Ende sehe ich es ja eh wiederkommen. Ich benutze noch meine 3 Main-Charaktere und eine Sense. Ah, okay, die haben gerade den Boost, weil sie mit Nut. Ryder! Wie war's bei McDoof? Wie kann ich sie eigentlich verstärken? Da fehlt ein Zauberast. Kann ich den herstellen? Warte, ist das Vieh, was ich gerade denke, welches es ist? Ist das Vieh? Nee, oder? Ach nee, das Vieh war das, was... das Vieh. Das habe ich nämlich gebraucht, um Furina aufzuleveln. Das Vieh, das war wirklich... Und das Schlimme ist, dass ich noch mehr davon brauche, wenn ich Furina auf Level 90 hochdrücken will. Konnte man nicht... Moment. Da. Da brauche ich 20. Und die kommen ja alle noch dazu, ne? Das heißt, ich brauche 4, 8, 12 und 20. Das sind 32, 40, 44 bräuchte ich davon. Einen habe ich, 43. Ja, ne.
Every course of action has its risks. Be careful.
Na. Furina wird auf ewig auf Level 50 rumgammeln. Ich habe den Boss, glaube ich, einmal mit Ellie gemacht. Na, nicht nochmal. Jo, das hört sich doch gut an, Ryder. Jo, ist immer eine schöne Aussage. Aktuelles Gebet? Verbesserungsbelohnung. Stufe eine beliebige insgesamt um 40 Stufen hoch, Stufe um insgesamt 60 Stufen nach oben. Boah, geil. Yay. Theoretisch könnte ich das doch machen, ein bisschen EP sammeln. Ja, nein, ich will doch nicht ich will doch keine Mora. Mora habe ich mehr als genug. Mit Mora kann ich dich totscheißen. Das da. Da, ich brauche EP. Ist genauso wie ein Honkai Star Rail. Da brauche ich auch so dermaßen viele EP mittlerweile. Ich hab auch fast keinen mehr, um irgendwie noch meine Chars aufzuleveln, die mir noch fehlen. Ich habe da so langsam echt ein Problem mit. Wahrscheinlich schon die Ärzte eingesammelt, die ich für heute... Ja. Oh, ich laufe in die falsche Richtung. Upsi. Da wurde ich von meiner kleinen Lootsucht gerade mal eingeholt. Kieferzopfen. Oh, da ist Holz drin in dem Baum. Ist in dem da auch noch Holz drin? Oh, da ist auch noch Holz drin in dem Baum. Ich glaube, ich habe mal... War das? Ich glaube, das war ein Ding. Aber ich bin mir nicht mehr sicher. Wo das war? War das... Hier? Sammle die ganze Reihe Bambusweite Mondschein. Sammle die ganze Reihe Legende der zerbrochenen Hellebarde. Erhalte die Geokraft. Okay, das heißt, das Zeug hier, das muss ich in Liebe finden. Was ist das hier? Alte Elektro. Okay, das ist in Inazuma. Sammle die komplette von die Wildschweinprinzessin. I see. Das ist Dentrokraft. Das heißt, die da muss ich ein Ding sammeln. In Sumeru. Und hier muss ich eigentlich nur noch die Hydrokraft abholen. Das kriege ich doch hin. Perfektioniere deine Kochkunst für 40 Rezepte. Boah, 6 Stück noch. Das kriege ich doch auch noch hin irgendwie. Erreiche Freundschaftsstufe 10 bei 4 Figuren. Cool. Sammle 200 Belohnungen von Blüte des Reichtums oder Blüte der Offenbarung ein. Oh, ja, okay, cool. Machen wir. Easy. Gar kein Problem. Das kann ich.
Job. Flames, purge! Done. I wasn't done.
6 und 13? Ja, wow. Das ist genau das, was ich mir unter doppelter Belohnung vorstelle. Das Schlimme ist, dass es in Star Rail nicht anders ist. Na, wo ist er? Wollte gerade sagen. Da kommt er ja, ne? Hey.
I'll protect us.
Flames, purge!
Au, Autschi. Komm, hör auf, hör auf. Nach Knruzzi fix, du kleines. Du kleines Stück Metallabfall, ey. Waren die eigentlich immer so nah dran? Hätte ich schwören können, dass wir auch schon mal mehr Abstand zueinander hatten. Servus. Ja, komm mal her. Ja, komm mal her. Oh, das müsste sogar die hier sein. Das waren sogar, glaube ich, meine Liebsten von denen. Oh, du kleines Sackratte, du. Richtig, gerade eben irgendwas gelesen mit ich muss Ding. Oh, 200. Ja, natürlich. Da fehlen mir noch 100 jetzt da. Das krieg ich doch nicht so einfach hin, weil ich glaube, so viel Energie habe ich nicht. Das sind, da sind Achievements dabei. Das ist, ja. Triff einen Gegner mit einem Angriff aus dem Fall, der mehr als 5 Sekunden dauert. Ähm, ja, wie soll das funktionieren? Aber wahrscheinlich bin ich einfach wieder zu doof, um den Spaß zu verstehen. Also ich meine, verwunderlich wäre es jetzt nicht gerade, ne? Naja. So, das war die doppelte Belohnung, die ich dafür gekriegt habe für heute. Ist auch noch ein bisschen Material. Ein Brocken Eisen. Halt, stopp! Hier geblieben! Nein! No. Wo ist denn der zweite von denen hin? Dammig. Also eher gesagt, der dritte. Also einen habe ich ja eingesackt, aber wo sind die anderen zwei? Ich hätte schwören können, da wäre noch einer. War das da hinten schon immer so kahl? Achso, das ist der Wolfenlauf da hinten. Dieser eine Boss da, glaube ich, das müsste der da sein, oder? Ja, Herr von Wolfenlauf. Mhm. Nein. Definitiv nein. Das müssen wir mich verarschen? Ich kann mit dem dicken Schwert kann ich über dem Vieh rumfuchteln und sobald ich den Charakter wechsle, fliegt's weg? Echt jetzt? Was ist denn das für ein Witz? Verkauf wen anders für Blödspiel. Fischi, Fischi, Fischi. Mal schauen. Ah, guck mal. Hey. Ah, eingesackt. So, noch mal ein bisschen Fisch. Dann können wir, glaube ich, auch bestimmt noch ein bisschen kochen. Ich muss doch 6 Gerichte perfektionieren. Ja, ja, wow. Was wollte ich jetzt eigentlich? Ich habe absolut keinen Plan. Ich könnte mein Glück probieren, die hier zu machen. Na, ich habe noch nicht XP, noch nicht genug XP. Weil in der Theorie müsste ich... Wenn meine Berechnungen stimmen und das, was ich im Wiki von Genshin gelesen habe, wenn ich da meine 340.000 DP habe, müsste ich theoretisch, sobald ich den Aufstieg, den Stufenaufstieg-Ding da mache, genau auf AR60 landen. Und ich will herauswissen. Gute Deutsch diese. Herausfinden, ob das auch stimmt. Was mein Gedankengang da fabriziert hat. Ich meine, theoretisch müsste es ja möglich sein. Ich meine, ich habe es ja schon mal geschafft, so viel im Overflow zu sein an Leveln, dass ich nach dem Stufenaufstieg direkt in der nächsten Aufstiegsquest drin war. Weil ich das Level gesprengt habe. Oder sehe ich das falsch? Ach, ich habe keinen Plan. Wo ist ein Genshin-Profi, wenn ich ihn mal brauche? Habe ich ja gerade Holz rausgekriegt. Holz! Ach so, ich weiß doch, was ich gucken wollte. Aber ich hätte schwören können. Ja, okay, die Herausfordererreihe wird das nicht haben. Weil ich hätte schwören können, irgendwo war ein Achievement mit Sammler Holz. Glaube ich. Kommuniziere erfolgreich mit Hillichern im Zuge von dichterischer Austausch. Ob ich das Ding jemals kriegen werde? Bestehe 100 Sphären gemeinsam mit anderen Spielern. Das dauert. Ich bin ja nie so mit anderen in einer Welt, also selten. Weil, warum auch? Oh da, hier, wusste ich's doch. Welt in der Welt. Erhalte 600 Stücker Holz. 516 habe ich schon. Oh. Erreiche Vertrauensstufe 4 mit einem Kannengeist. Ja, die Kanne, die bekommt bei mir nicht so viel Aufmerksamkeit, wie sie eigentlich wahrscheinlich gebührt. Denke ich. Weil ich es nicht weiß. Inazuma, die Inseln des Donners und der Ewigkeit, Teil 1 und Teil 2. Angelführer Teyvat Reihe 1. Weil es gibt eine zweite Reihe vom Angeln. Fange erfolgreich 100 Fische. Oh, cool. Okay, die Griechen. Die 3 Stück, die Griechen. Fange einen Fisch in der Welt eines anderen Spielers. Ich glaube, ich muss mir einen zweiten Account erstellen, damit ich diese ganzen Multiplayer-Dinger da gebacken krieg. Da muss ich ja noch so weit spielen, dass ich Multiplayer freischalte. Och nö. Und vor allem muss ich es dann hinkriegen, Multi-Instanzen zu starten. Hm. Ach ne, Moment, da schmeiße ich mir einfach eine Ding auf den PC. Eine virtuelle Maschine und gib ihm. Fange beim Angeln in Inazuma lose Buchseiten. Oh, cool. Ach komm, da machen wir jetzt doch eine Angeltour, oder? Ich meine, die drei Fische kriege ich hin. Das da jetzt vielleicht nicht. Kaufe dir eine Angelroute vom Angelverein. Ja, welchen Angelverein? Schalte 20 Fischeinträge im Handbuch frei. Welches Handbuch? Handbuch? Wo zum Hexe ist das Handbuch? Das heißt doch nicht das Handbuch, oder? Ne, das sind nämlich nur die Einführungen, das Tutorial quasi. Hä? Naja, nichtsdestotrotz, Zeit für ein bisschen Angeln. Bis wir erstmal gucken, dass ich mir eine Angelroute besorgt kriege. Eine bessere. Weil ist ja auch ein Achievement, ne? Ein Free Fish? Ja, ich befreie den Fisch doch, Ryder. Er wird aus dem Wasser befreit, wo er eingesperrt ist und sein Leben einfach nur damit verbringt, im Kreis zu schwimmen und ein bisschen was zu fressen. Und wandert dann in meine Tasche, wo er dann die Welt sieht. Und irgendwann findet der Fisch seinen Weg in ein Essen oder so. Wir finden immer noch Fisch. Verdammt. Und dann auch noch so viel. Boah. Naja, dann gehen wir mal die Angellöscher ablaufen. Zum Glück habe ich mir die alle in Mondstadt markiert schon. Weil ganz so blöd bin ich ja noch nicht. Nur zu scheiße, um Kartenmarkierungen zu setzen. Wenn ich mir das so angucke. Ja, komm schon, Fisch. Das ist doch bestimmt was für dich. Jetzt haben wir... Jörg, schon wieder am falschen Köder drin. Was tut die mit dem Roten? Auch nicht. Ich kann mir das nicht merken. Ich hab so eine Ratten hier, was sowas betrifft. Ah, okay. Ich habe sie nicht vermisst, die Paimon. Ich habe sie nicht vermisst, die paimonischen Angelsprüche. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? Ja, eine zweite Paimon. Als ob man die nicht schon... Als ob sie nicht so schon genug nerven, ne?
Victory is almost ours. Whoa, nice catch.
Da habe ich ja was Schönes gefangen, sagst du?
You've got it. You got it. Whew, that was a tough
Klingelglöckchen, klingelingeling. Da habe ich das Achievement endlich. Mehr Achievements heißt mehr Primo Gems und mehr Primo Gems heißt mehr Möglichkeiten beim nächsten Mal.
What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Beim nächsten Bullen. Was wahrscheinlich mit dem nächsten Banner sein wird. Wenn nicht das, was ich gehört habe, in Erfüllung geht. Was? Nox hat gleich zweimal beim Jump Game gewonnen? Ey, Fisch? Das ist was ganz Prächtiges für dich. Komm schon. Komm schon, weiß an. Ich weiß, du willst es auch. Und nicht nur du willst es. Ich will es genauso, wie du willst, wie du es willst. Ich lasse dich auch alleine da verrecken im See. Warum kann ich nicht einfach hinterher springen und den dann mit der Hand einsacken? Das wäre doch schön. Oder ist das wieder der falsche Köder? Bist du jetzt doch einer von der Sorte? Oder bist du ein von der anstrengenden Sorte? Hallo? Fisch? Ignoriere mich nicht. Nein, es ist der falsche. Komm schon, Fisch. Du willst es doch auch. Hier, guck. Oh, der wehrt sich aber richtig gut. Das ist wieder der besondere Fisch für die Kanne der Vergänglichkeit, glaube ich. Ja. Kristallfisch? Okay, nee, der war nicht besonders. So, das war der Angelspot. Dann kann ich hier nochmal angeln gehen. Glaube ich. Oh, da ist so ein Kristallschmetterfingi. Okay, der hat Wind gekriegt, dass ich welche von denen einsacke. Oh.
You've got it. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Ja, ne? Ich hätte mir ein Bild machen sollen von denen, von den Fischen, die ich brauche.
That was a tough fight.
Na, von denen habe ich schon nicht allzu viele gesagt.
Whoa, nice catch. Victory is almost ours. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Diese Sache da. Ist es eine andere Paimon? Hat der Mondstadt echt nur 3 Angelspots oder habe ich einen von den Wegpunkten versehentlich gelöscht? Das kann doch nicht sein, oder? Vor allem habe ich mir echt vergessen, einen Screenshot zu machen. Na, ich werde es nicht mehr. Und bitte lass in dem Loch was drin sein. Oh ja, da ist was. Oh, hier sind viele Fische drin, ne? Ja gut, aber hier habe ich auch bis spät in die Nacht schon reingeangelt. Deswegen weiß ich auch, was für Fischtypis hier drin sind.
You've got it. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? So close. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Wie werden die Spieldateien eigentlich abgerufen? Die Soundfiles eigentlich abgerufen? Werden die von uns selber runtergeladen? Oh, ja, okay. Sorry. Weil wenn nicht, kann man die bestimmt, die kann doch dann bestimmt mit irgendwas anderem überschreiben.
Steady now. Whew, that was a tough fight.
Ja, Paimon. Keine Ahnung, ich kann doch damit bestimmt dann
You nearly got him. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
so einen Airhorn-Sound-Alert oder sowas abspielen, wenn ich einen Fisch gefangen habe. Das wird doch safe möglich sein, oder? Also ich meine, safe. Ja, okay, jetzt wird keiner da sein vom Angelverein. Aber nehmen wir einfach mal kurz vor 12 an. Als Zeit. Weil natürlich war ich blöd genug und habe vergessen, mir ein Bild zu machen. Oder sowas. Und ich mich deswegen jetzt nicht dran erinnern kann, welche Fische ich alles brauche. Und in welcher Anzahl. Mondstadt, Fischer. Okay, das sind... Okay, von dem brauche ich noch so viel. Okay, wer jetzt erwartet, dass ich hier innerhalb Warte, das ist... Wo zum heiligen Kohlrouladen? Wieso kriegt's das Spiel, kriegt's für Windows nicht auf die Reihe, die Xbox Game Bar direkt aufzurufen, ne? So, da habe ich das Bild vom Monster. Die Mondstadtfische, die ich angeln muss. Ich glaube, Sumeru hatte doch auch einen Angelverein, oder? Ich glaube, Liebe hat doch safe auch einen, oder? Ich weiß nicht wo. Verdammt. Wie läuft's? Ich habe absolut keinen Plan, was ich eigentlich noch machen soll. Deswegen angle ich jetzt einfach mal ein bisschen, um ein paar Achievements noch zu machen. Oder allgemein tu einfach ein bisschen angeln in Gönchen. Und währenddessen ich in Genshin am Angeln bin, bin ich hier am Schmelzen. Also unsäglich warm ist. Was? Schwertfischer? Es gibt einen Schwertfischbogen. Urfischsalbe. Objekt zur Verfeinerung von Schwertfischer. Hm. Das ist die Angelroute. Ah, okay, den Medaka-Fisch, den gibt es scheinbar immer. Oh, davon brauche ich so viele. Ah, okay, den muss ich... Die Köder muss ich mir so oder so kaufen. Also von daher, wenn ich in Sumeru angeln will. Und der Fisch regelt immer, ja. Definitiv. Aber Ryder kann das irgendwie nicht sehen, dass der Fisch für den Kampf gebraucht wird. Kann ich nicht nachvollziehen. Achso, ich habe die Angelpunkte hier noch gar nicht markiert in Sumeru. Verdammt. Okay, die Karte sagt, hier ist irgendwo ein Angelpunkt. Dann sagt die Karte, dass hier bei dem Teleportpunkt noch ein Angelpunkt ist. Dann haben wir hier einen Hochseefischpunkt. Jetzt den Flussfischen. Hier ist ein Steakfischpunkt. Oh, da ist auch noch ein Fishing Point. Okay, und zwar soll der da sein. So, damit haben wir doch erstmal ein paar Punkte zum Angeln. Und einer direkt hier gegenüber. Ich muss was ausprobieren. Ich will diesen Okuli da drüben haben. Zeit für... Ach, ich glaube, sie tut's, glaube ich, doch auch, oder? Du kannst doch safe... Wusste ich's doch. Ja, eingesackt. Wuhu. Man muss einfach nur schlau genug sein. Warte, Moment, jetzt habe ich gerade einen schlauen Move gemacht. Verdammt. Passt ja gar nicht zu mir.
As you wish.
Warum genau streame ich eigentlich schon wieder so lange? Ach, hier brauche ich den neuen Köder und den habe ich schon noch nicht hergestellt. Ach, Kruzifix. Ah, Alchemie-Table, das sind lieber einfacher zu erreichen. Ach komm, 30 werden ja wohl erstmal reichen, oder? Dann fangen wir halt hier an zu angeln. Big Point und kein Big Point. Ja, ich bin alles in einem. Wobei No Big Point meistens eher trifft. Da habe ich ganz viele neue Fische. Uhu.
So close, so... What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? Arme Paimon steht nicht im Mittelpunkt. Warum muss das eigentlich unbedingt mit der Maustaste sein? Wow.
Victory is almost ours. Wow,
Hey,
Paimon's
der
stomach is
Sandsturm-Hornkugelfisch. Der hat sich ja richtig dagegen gewehrt, geangelt zu werden, der Boy.
You've got it! You got it! Whew, that was a tough fight.
Ja, der Axt Marlin. Oh no, die neuen Fische sind da. Macht aber nichts. Mehr Fische, desto mehr Spaß macht's, ne? Und je mehr Fisch, desto eher kann ich den Bogen da kriegen. Oder die Angel. Ich müsste eigentlich viel mehr im Mundstadt angeln, aber die brauchen halt immer so ewig lang, um zu reloaden. Wow, Alter.
So close, so close. Stay cool. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Die wollen aber echt nicht, dass sie gefangen werden. Oder ich muss es erst perfektionieren, dass ich sie fangen kann. Vernünftig.
What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Kann ich die Taste für das Angel-Minispiel umlegen, theoretisch? Keine Ahnung, von der Maus auf die Leertaste oder sowas? Womit man wesentlich einfacher steuern kann. Wo sind die ganzen Genshin-Cracks, wenn man sie mal braucht, um solche Fragen zu beantworten? Jetzt muss ich das selbst herausfinden.
So close, so close. Stay cool. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Warum passen eigentlich die Texte, die sie auf Englisch sagt, nicht zu einer deutschen Übersetzung? Bis hin zu den deutschen Untertiteln. Die hättest du... Das hättest du 1:1 übersetzen können. Aber scheiße. Goddammit. Komm, Fischi. Du willst es doch auch. Jetzt komm ran auf 1,50 m. Ja. Siehst du, du willst es auch. Nice catch. Das will ich jetzt wirklich wissen. Ich kann doch bestimmt. Tastenbelegung. Gucken wir doch mal. Paimon-Menü öffnen. Escape. Okay, und das kannst du nicht umlegen. Cool. Interaktion bei bestimmten Spielmodi. T. Warum T? Du kannst es nicht mal...
Every course of action has its risks. Be careful.
Nicht voll umstellen kann man den Scheiß. Komm schon, lass noch ein paar neue Fische spawnen. Haben noch nicht genug. Da, einer fehlt mir nämlich noch. Einen habe ich noch nicht entdeckt. Aber Moment, den hätte ich fast angeln können, wenn ich gerade in dem Moment despawned wäre. Kruzifix doch mal. So was könnte mir das Spiel natürlich auch nicht, ne? Ach, Manometer. Okay, dann halt so. Jetzt habe ich gerade eben in Discord reingeguckt, dass ich alle Pings weg habe. Und ich werde schon wieder angepinkt. Ich hasse das. Hoffentlich reicht meine Ausdauer, um auf der anderen Seite vom Fluss zu landen. Aber es ist nicht besonders Bock, da eine Notlandung in See zu machen und dann zu ersaufen. Einfach mal rein in die Mitte und der Fisch, der ihn zuerst snabuliert, der hat halt Glück.
You've got it! You got it! Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already!
I'm on stomach is swampling already. Oh. Also die Sätze sind wirklich eintönig, diese sagt, ne? Also ich weiß nicht, Ellie hat ja am Anfang in Genshin relativ viel geangelt, weil sie da glaube ich auch noch irgendwas erreichen wollte. Und diese Sätze jedes Mal.
So close, so close! Stay cool! Whoa, nice catch!
Wie kann das denn sein, dass hier eigentlich in Sumeru die Fische so krass respawnen und in Mondstadt, wo ich die ganzen Fische brauche, um eine neue Angelroute freizuschalten, nicht?
Paimon thinks you've earned yourself a new title! Favonius Fish Catching Extraordinaire!
Okay, das war gerade ein Fisch für den, für die Teekanne.
Steady now. It's the final stretch. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Ja, das erinnert mich an Call of the Wild wie Engler. Also nicht die Sätze, sondern das Angeln. Auch wenn das Angeln da ein bisschen mehr Spaß gemacht hat.
So close, so close. Stay cool. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Aber gut, das ist halt auch ein Spiel, wo es voll Fokus geht aufs Angeln, ne? Ach, jetzt komm schon, beiß an. Du willst es doch auch. Also wenn ich es will, musst du es doch auch wollen. Also, seine Netten. Komm schon. Ja, guck mal, ein ganz feiner bist du.
Yeah, you nearly got him. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Erste Angeln-Minispiel war für mich damals in Ocarina of Time. Was war das Spiel mit dem ersten Angel-Minigame, was ich hatte? Also ich müsste lügen, es müsste theoretisch Stardew Valley sein. Ich glaube, das war das erste Spiel, wo ich tatsächlich ein Minigame hatte. Und in dem Sinne, mein erstes Mal Angeln in einem Videospiel war Minecraft, wenn ich mich recht entsinne.
Steady now. It's the final stretch. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Na, ich weiß auf jeden Fall, Angeln in Minecraft habe ich perfektioniert, weil zumindest ging es eine ganze Zeit lang so. Da haben sie nämlich die Angelverzauberungen eingeführt mit Lure und dem anderen, wo du mehr Schätze rauskriegst als Trash. Und du konntest da halt immer eine Angel mit, konntest theoretisch zwei Angeln im Ding haben. Eine mit Lure und wo quasi die Anbeißzeit verkürzt hat und dann die andere mit dem Treasure, mit der Treasure-Verzauberung. Und du konntest, wenn du sie nebeneinander in der Leiste hattest, in der Hotbar, konntest du, als der Fisch angebissen hatte, konntest du mit dem Mausrad schnell rüber scrollen und konntest den Fisch mit der besseren Angel quasi angeln. Aber du hattest halt nicht die ewig lange Wartezeit gehabt. Ich frage mich, ob das immer noch geht. Ich hab's halt mal ausprobiert. Aber gut, um ehrlich zu sein, ich habe jetzt in Minecraft auch ewig nicht mehr geangelt. Da sind wir mal ehrlich, in Modpacks ist das, in Modpacks ist Angeln ja absolut unnötig. Wenn du einen Fisch brauchst, warum eine Angel rauswerfen? Bau dir einfach eine Maschine, die für dich Fisch farmt. Du hast keinen Bock, dir eine Maschine dafür zu bauen? Dann hast du halt Pech. Ja, hier sind keine Fische nachgespawnt. Kann ich das eigentlich ändern, indem ich die Zeit vorspule? Klingt anstrengend, dann lieber Dynamit reinwerfen. Oh, warte, konnte man in Breath of the Wild nicht für Ding auch angeln? Da sind immer noch keine Fische drin, ne? Es sind auch keine respawned. Oh, schade. Warum braucht das denn in Mondstadt so lange, bis sie respawnen und in fucking Sumeru 2,5 Sekunden? Da hat man wirklich Bomben reingeworfen. Ja, ich weiß. Das TNT-Fischen quasi. Aber leider ist das in Minecraft nicht möglich. Aber dafür hat Minecraft ja wirklich was so mit ihren Fishing Mechanics die Option, dass du die kreativsten AFK-Farmen bauen kannst. Ne, was das Angeln betrifft. Minecraft würde einen Schwamm gehen. Ach stimmt ja, mittlerweile spawnen ja auch Fische in physischer Form im Wasser. Stimmt ja, das war ja die ganz große Neuerung vom Ozean-Update. 1.13, glaube ich. Oder so. Ich frage mich ja, wie weit es im Mojang bzw. Microsoft noch wirklich noch treiben will mit 1 Punkt. Oh, neue Fischis! Das war genau der falsche Fisch, den ich damit angeln wollte. Aber ich glaube, für Java werden die wahrscheinlich keine komplett neue Version programmieren. Kann ich mir fast nicht vorstellen, dass sie sowas machen werden. Weil da können sie ja mit Java können sie ja keine können sie ja keine Kohle verdienen. Und ich glaube, die PC-Community, die würde im Sturm laufen, wenn sie jetzt auf die Idee, wenn Microsoft jetzt auf die Idee kommen würde, mit einer neuen Version zu arbeiten.
Victory is almost ours. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Die Updates sind langsam und lächerlich in Minecraft. Ohne Mods packe ich Minecraft Vanilla nicht. Aber die Sache ist halt, dass Modpacks halt irgendwann auch einfach nur noch repetitiv werden, weil die meisten packen halt einfach stupide immer dieselben Mods rein. Es gibt fast kein Modpack mehr ohne dieselben Standard-Mods drin. Und das ist halt das, was irgendwie schade ist.
Steady now.
Also ich meine, das ist wie mit der Origins-Mod. Das ist wie mit der Origins-Mod. Als die Mod frisch rauskam, und ja, das war mal was Frisches für Minecraft, klar, mit den ganzen... Du kannst dir eine Rasse quasi aussuchen. Aber dann hatte wirklich jedes Modpack, was irgendwie frisch rauskam in der Zeit, hatte diese gottverdammte Origins-Mod drin. Schon, aber macht das Spawn halt dennoch besser als im Vanilla. Ja, du hast halt mehr Auswahl an Blöcken und so was. Aber ich sag's halt so, wie es ist. Ich baue nicht viel. Das ist bei mir eins der größten Probleme. Ich will immer was bauen. Ich habe auch so grobe Ideen, aber ich kann sie halt nicht umsetzen. Das ist wie mit meinen Ideen für einen Model, weißt du? Ich kann es halt einfach nicht umsetzen, was ich da habe. Ich kriege auch nur viereckige Bauklötze und Räume hin. Ja. Das ist das Problem. Okay, cool. Ich bin mittlerweile da angekommen, wo ich vorher war. Ich habe, glaube ich, nur 2 von den Fischen mehr geangelt. Lass mich kurz auf den Screenshot gucken, den ich gerade eben hatte. (17, 17, 6 und 6 hatte ich. So, jetzt habe ich 17, 17, 6, 8. Cool. Wenn du die Spannung beim Angeln gut genug kontrollieren kannst, für die Angelroute die Zeit verkürzen, in der die Fische zappeln und deine Erfolgschancen erhöhen. Dieser Effekt funktioniert nur in Mondstadt. Warum sollte ich diese Angel dann überhaupt erfarmen, wenn ich sie nur effektiv nur in Mondstadt nutzen kann? Ist Satisfactory eigentlich schon eine Vollversion? Nein, noch nicht. Leider. Erst, boah, wann war es? Der 21. meine ich. 21.09. Ich glaube in 2 Wochen. Ne, 10. September. Das ist am Dienstag. Scheiße. Oh, nö. Und ich bin am Arbeiten. Ach Mann, oh. Und ich muss arbeiten. Das Schlimme ist, dass ich nicht genug Urlaub habe, als dass ich sagen könnte, ich lege jetzt mir dafür ein paar Urlaubstage bereit, immer. Dann kommen die mit ihren... Dann kommen die mit ihren... na, wie heißt mit ihren... Mit ihren 1.0 Releases immer erst so Mitte des Jahres um die Ecke, wo ich meinen Urlaub schon dreimal eingereicht haben muss. Aber schau, da werde ich nächste Woche am Wochenende dann mal ein bisschen Satisfactory spielen. Da wird halt nachts gespielt und auf Arbeit geschlafen. Ja, das funktioniert aber bei mir leider nicht so einfach. Auch wenn ich es wollen würde. Mir ist am Mittwoch schon vorgeworfen worden, ich hätte eine mangelnde Einstellung zur Arbeit. Den kann ich nicht nachvollziehen, weil ich eigentlich die Bereitschaft habe, den ganzen Spaß zu lernen. Allerdings wird es mir halt echt nicht leicht gemacht, die Arbeit gerade zu lieben mit dem Chef und seinem arschigen Verhalten. Aber er hat ja auch am Mittwoch so schon angekündigt, er hat keine Scheu davor, hier hat er es beschrieben, faule Eier zu entlassen. Bisschen faule Eier auszusortieren. To be honest, ich hoffe ja irgendwie, dass er mich irgendwann mal bei Gezeiten eventuell rauswirft, wenn ich ihm nicht passe. Weil so wie es rüberkommt, ist es teilweise schon zu viel, dass er und ich überhaupt dieselbe Luft atmen. Es passt ihm halt einfach nicht, dass ich scheinbar in die Abteilung gekommen bin. Ich habe aber auch schon seit über einem Jahr, glaube ich, habe ich den Wunsch geäußert, in die Abteilung reinzukommen. Und dann wird gejammert, wenn er keine Arbeiter mehr findet. Ja, richtig. Also er jammert ja jetzt schon rum, dass wir so wenige sind, ja. Und dass er Probleme hat, Leute zu finden, die bei seinen stupiden und absolut sinnlosen Wochenendaktionen mitmachen. Ja, was, also jetzt mal ohne Scheiß, ja. Meine Kollegen, die sind morgen am Arbeiten. Also am 8. Am 8. sind sie am Arbeiten. Die sind am 29. nochmal am Arbeiten. So, ich für meinen Teil war am 23. und am 24. war ich bei so einer Wochenendaktion dabei. Also August. Und es ist... Wenn der auf der Baustelle mit rumturnt, du hast keinen Spaß dabei. Weißt du, ich melde mich freiwillig für den Spaß. Ja, es ist ja nicht mal verpflichtend, daran teilzunehmen, ja. Ich melde mich freiwillig, sage, okay. Ich mache das einfach, weil Grund XYZ. Aber er, anstrengend wie er ist, schafft selbst daraus einen absolut ekelhaften Tag zu machen. Wo du dann auch wirklich eigentlich gar keinen Bock drauf hast. Aber, naja. Verdammt, ich wollte jetzt eigentlich schon seit... Ich glaube, 2 Stunden wollte ich schon Schluss machen. Ich glaube, ich wollte um 18 Uhr Feierabend machen. So, Fische sind auch keine Respawn. Das geht mir auch irgendwie auf den Dübel, weil ich eigentlich noch ein bisschen angeln wollte. Dass ich jetzt diese Angel kriege. Aber ich hatte ja wohl auch Leute angefragt für Satisfactory 1.0. Der eine hat gesagt, er ist wahrscheinlich beim Umzug. Das war nämlich Tion, den ich gefragt hatte. Und bei dem anderen mal schauen, wie das passte irgendwie. Und mit ihm muss ich auch noch Deadlock spielen. Das neue Spiel von Valve. Weil er mich ja zu diesem Playtest eingeladen hat. Wie auch immer er an einem Playtest rangekommen ist. Aber er hat es geschafft, mich dafür dann noch einzuladen. Also müssen wir mal einen Termin finden, wo wir dann zusammen Deadlock spielen können. Oh, mein Rücken. Deadlock-Test habe ich gespielt, nach 5 Minuten deinstalliert. Na gut, ich habe es bis jetzt noch nicht gespielt, weil ich glaube, das wird wahrscheinlich wieder so ein Spiel sein, das musst du im Multiplayer spielen, damit du überhaupt Spaß dran haben kannst. Das ist jetzt meine pure Meinung dazu. Das wird wahrscheinlich wieder genau so ein Spiel sein. Das ist wie mit Counter-Strike oder Valorant. Ich spiele die Spiele nicht alleine, weil sie mir dann keinen Spaß machen. Weil ja, es sind Team-Games und du musst auch theoretisch mit Randoms klarkommen. Aber ich habe halt viel mehr Spaß, wenn ich mich direkt mit Leuten im Discord oder im Teamspeak sitze und dann mit denen darüber unterhalten kann. Naja, es erfindet nichts Neues und macht das nicht besser. Die ersten Minuten haben wir schon gelangweilt, dann spiele ich lieber Overwatch. Das ist wenigstens bunt. Also ich sag's mal so, wie es ist. Du kannst kein neues Spiel mehr erstellen. In dem Sinne, was komplett Neues. Die ganzen Spiele haben ja schon irgendwo was her. Jetzt da. Und das ist das Problem in dem Sinne. Ja, du kannst dich nur noch an anderen Spielen inspirieren und es versuchen, besser oder anders zu machen. Also du kannst das Rad nicht neu erfinden in dem Sinne. Ja, das ist ja wie mit jedem neuen Spiel, weißt du. Es kommt ein neues Spiel raus, es wird damit verbunden, verglichen. Das, wie heißt es gerade nochmal? Dieses vielversprechende Spiel, Live Simulation Game da, Inzoi heißt. Das wird ja jetzt schon die ganze Zeit mit Sims verglichen. Also in dem Sinne, du kannst halt kein Spiel mehr neu erfinden. Der Zug ist abgefahren in dem Sinne. Was ich schade finde. Aber ich kann es nachvollziehen, weil wo holst du jetzt da noch eine Idee für ein komplett neues Spiel her, wo es dann nicht mal eben heißt, ja, du hast das mit dem und dem Spiel hast du dich inspirieren lassen. Autsch. Neue Spiele brauchen immer ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal. Das heißt, es ist nur eine schlechte Kopie, alternativ nicht mehr solche Spiele entwickeln. Ja, aber was ist denn ein Alleinstellung? Also, wie willst du jetzt da bei den Spielen, die heutzutage rauskommen, noch ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal haben, was jetzt nicht irgendwie in einem anderen Spiel schon vorkommt? Ich meine, nehmen wir doch mal Valorant. Das kann die Agentenauswahl, die kennst du aus League, da kannst du ja deine Helden auswählen oder so, wenn ich mich recht entsinne von dem, was ich gesehen habe. Und das restliche Gameplay ist ein Mix aus Counter-Strike und keine Ahnung, ein bisschen Overwatch mit diesen ganzen Special-Fähigkeiten und so was. Also da ist halt nichts Neues und ich sehe da auch ehrlich gesagt kein Alleinstellungsmerkmal. Weil alles hat es schon gegeben. Und ich meine, wenn du dem nachgehen willst, dann ist Minecraft ja auch nur eine schlechte Kopie, weil der hat's von wem anders kopiert. Oder sich inspirieren lassen. Er ist halt nur erfolgreicher damit gewesen als sein Bruder im Geiste quasi. Also ich meine, viele Spiele fliegen ja weit unter dem Radar. Aber es kommen halt auch viele Spiele raus, die sind einfach nur maximaler Trash oder wirklich die dreisteste Kopie, um irgendwie ein bisschen Kohle daraus zu holen. Aber so 100% was Frisches, ich weiß nicht. Und das Spiel, das sich nur noch kopieren, ist normal, wenn aber ein neues Game nichts besser macht. Warum soll man es dann spielen, anstatt was bereits draußen ist? Ja, richtig. Aber was macht ein Valorant jetzt zum Beispiel besser als seine anderen Shooter-Kollegen? Bringt es eine frische Prise in das Gameplay rein? Vielleicht. Ich sag ehrlich gesagt, nee, weil für mich ist es immer noch ein Shooter. Oder was macht ein Counter-Strike 2 besser als Counter-Strike Global Offensive? Ein Cheater geplagt ist beides. Und Cheater hast du... Und Cheater hast du ja gefühlt in jedem Spiel. Könntest du dir ein Game vorstellen, dass der Platz hier Genshin vertreiben könnte? Du kannst bei Genshin halt einiges besser machen. Das ist halt die Sache. So in meinem Empfinden, aber das ist halt die Sache, weißt du, es ist das persönliche Empfinden. Und um deine Frage zu beantworten, ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass es in der nächsten Zeit ein Spiel geben wird oder sowas, was Genshin verdrängen wird. Weil wenn es demnach geht, du musst da was bieten können. Und das ist halt schwer. Wobei Genshin ja in dem Sinne auch so ein Service-Game ist, weil ohne regelmäßige Updates ist das Spiel halt quasi tot. Wenn du einmal alles durchgespielt hast, hast halt nichts mehr zu tun. Und dann ist es für dich tot, wenn du nichts mehr zu tun hast. Das ist ja die Sache, warum so Service-Games à la Honkai Star Rail und Genshin halt ewig weiterleben. Es sagt der Bäume schlägt. Ja, aber ich schlag sie nur für ein Achievement. Also ist wirklich so. Ich habe zwar den Punkt vergessen, wo ich es gefunden habe, aber warte, Moment, wo war es denn? War das hier? Da, hier. Holzfällerei. Heute 600 Stücke Holz. 561 habe ich schon. Deswegen renne ich jetzt durch die Welt, wenn ich mich mit dir unterhalte. Über Spiele und alles und verkloppen ein paar Bäume. Werf eine Bombe. Es gibt keine Bomben im Genshin. Wie funktioniert das? Ne, selbst das funktioniert nicht mal. Du kannst nicht mal deine Elementarfähigkeit dafür benutzen. Würde das bei Großschwertern nicht besser gehen wie bei Erz? Glaube ich tatsächlich nicht, weil du einfach nur länger brauchst, bis du dieselbe Menge raus hast. Weil du hast bei den Großschwertern hast ja quasi dasselbe, nur dass du halt um einiges länger brauchst. Das ich meine. Du kriegst halt nicht mehr raus, außer dass du halt wesentlich schneller den starken Schlag machst. Zumal ich eh nicht weiß, wie viel Holz du aus dem Baum immer rauskriegst. Das waren jetzt 3 Stücke. Ist das Größe vom Baum abhängig? Ich kann es dir nicht sagen. Deswegen verkloppe ich sie einfach mit meinem Einhänder. Weil da tust du auf jeden Fall, wenn du eine Salve komplett auf den Baum hältst, alles rausholen. Ah, guck mal, da war es sogar schon. Achievement Get, Holzfällerei. Das waren die letzten 40 Stücke. Ne, die Büsche habe ich tatsächlich nur verkloppt. Weil du da halt ab und an mal was Nützliches rauskriegst, wie Vogeleier, diese, wie heißen sie, die Mystake-Pilze oder so was? Warte, wie heißen sie denn? Hier. Ja, Matsutake. Die Matsutake-Pilze. Also ich meine, theoretisch, wenn du dir das mal bei mir anguckst, ich bin ja nicht mal ansatzweise durch, weil ich habe hier noch zigtausend Quests. Da gibt es hier noch die zigtausende Legendenaufträge. Mit teilweise Akt 1 und Akt 2. Und da musst du für manche dann eine vorausgehende Aufträge abschließen und alles. Dann hast du hier nochmal Stuff. Erreichte Ausgänge, 12 Stück, sag mal, ja, Kruzifix. Ich hatte da nie drauf geachtet, dass Duell einfach 12 fucking Ausgänge hat. Ich meine, hier, das habe ich einmal gespielt. Ich habe einen von 5 Ausgängen freigeschaltet. Aber es ist... Du brauchst halt viel Content in solchen Spielen, damit du Longtime-Players damit du Spieler lange Zeit dran binden kannst. Und dass du neue Spieler mit genügend Interesse für dein Spiel wecken kannst. Dass sie sehen, oh, es gibt ein bisschen was zu tun, ich kann da was machen. Weil ich meine, ich habe angefangen mit... Oh, okay, das war jetzt... Ja, klopp mich mal an, das mit einer scheiß Fackel, du Arschkopf. Ich habe mit Starrel habe ich angefangen. Da war Belleborg, also der Planet Javelo 6 war Ding, relativ frisch draußen, wenn ich mich recht entsinne. Da habe ich das Spiel habe ich nämlich bei wem anders da im Stream gesehen und die hatte da gerade ein Rätsel gehabt als Nebenquest mit Minenkarren, die von A nach B geschoben werden müssen. Also so ein simples Logikrätsel. Und das hat mein Interesse am Spiel geweckt. Und da gab es halt noch so viel zu tun, dass du was hattest. Jetzt bin ich so weit im Spiel. Ich habe die Story durch und muss dann Ewigkeiten warten, bis eine neue Story draußen ist. Oder ich farme mir Ewigkeiten eine Ast ab, um meine Charaktere aufzuleveln oder besser auszurüsten. Aber das Grinding in Genshin als auch in Honkai, das ist halt in dem Sinne way too much. Zumindest in meinem Empfinden, sagen wir es mal so rum. Ich glaube, ich habe in Starrel einfach nur, damit ich Acheron auf mit vernünftigen Artefakten ausrüsten kann. Habe ich, glaube ich, 3 Wochen gefarmt. Jeden Tag. Hab immer wieder neue Artefakte ausgerüstet und alles. Aber hey, jetzt habe ich sie so weit, dass ich selbst in Domains reingehen kann, wo Blitz nicht erforderlich ist und sie trotzdem die Gegner wegrotzt. Ich würde nicht sagen, dass meine Acheron 100% gut ausgebaut ist. Das sage ich ja nicht mal. Aber sie ist halt schon OP in dem Sinne. Was? Auch eine Zwischenquest ist reingekommen. Also so ein Mini-Event. Ja, wenn die ihren Story weiter ersetzen, dann würden sie mein Interesse wecken. Meistens bei Genshin. Also ich meine, was die Story betrifft, ist das halt auch wieder persönlicher Geschmack. Aber ich weiß, was du meinst. An manchen Stellen ist sie echt dröge geschrieben. Also die ist teilweise wirklich schon echt nicht nice. Auch und Honkai etc. Mir schläft dauernd das Gesicht ein. Ewig in die Länge gezogen. Ah, du bist so einer, der mag's knackig auf den Punkt, oder? Hm. Ja, das ist halt die Sache. Du kannst es halt nicht jedem Spieler recht machen. Was mich bei Honkai tatsächlich gestört hat, ist halt, dass du wirklich am Anfang, damit du überhaupt so weit kommen kannst, wirklich jede einzelne Quest mitnehmen musstest, auch die Nebenquests und alles, weil du sonst nicht an EP dran gekommen bist, um aufleveln zu können. Weil da brauchst du auf einmal Stufe 25, um die Main Quest weiterzumachen. Und da musst du halt das mit Nebenquests machen und so was. Ich kann schon nur Text lesen, so wie Ace Attorney. Aber bei Genshin, ja, wie gesagt, das ist halt jedem seins, ne? Ach so, das ist so eine Visual Novel ist diese Ace Attorney Reihe, ne? Also ich meine, ich habe auch schon Visual Novels gespielt. Jetzt wir gelesen. Gespielt? Gelesen? Ja, such dir das richtige Wort dafür aus. Muss ich weiterspielen? Neues Remaster kommt vor kurzem raus, bin nur faul. Fühle ich irgendwie. Aber es gibt auch Spiele, wo mich die Story angekotzt hat und ich die dann abgebrochen habe. Da ist nämlich Wuthering Waves ist nämlich eins davon. Aber man muss viel nachdenken und kombinieren. Alles, was NPCs sagen, könnte wichtig sein. Ja. Also ich meine, das Combat-System vom Wuthering ist was du raus? Es ist nicht schlecht. Allerdings catcht mich die Story nicht und nur wegen des Kampfsystems ein Spiel spielen ist halt nicht so meins. Vor allem wäre Wuthering das dritte Gacha, nee, das vierte Gacha-Game, was ich anfangen würde. Und ich habe Honkai Impact Third habe ich schon so halb gar auf Eis gelegt, was ich in unregelmäßigen Abständen einfach mal spiele. Ich habe ehrlich gesagt, habe ich mit Honkai, mit Starrail und in Genshin genügend zu tun. Und halt in anderen Spielen, die ich ab und an mal spiele. Wie zum Beispiel Satisfactory, Factorio, Farming Simulator oder die Life is Strange-Reihe. Alles Spiele, die es bei mir in den nächsten Monaten gegen Ende dieses Jahres noch zu sehen gibt. Wobei bei Life is Strange bin ich mir nicht sicher. Weil das werden arsch viele zu Beginn spielen, sobald es rauskommt. Im Oktober. Das ist ja fast so sicher wie das Abend in der Kirche, dass das viele spielen werden. All das und noch vieles mehr hier auf dem Kanal von Stereas. Wow. Ja, neue Games zu streamen ist eigentlich sinnlos, wenn man Zuschauer will. Ja, das ist richtig. Das ist absolut richtig. Aber ich werde trotzdem Factorio, Satisfactory und Factorio streamen. Weil ich werde zwar keine neuen Zuschauer erreichen, aber es wird bestimmt den einen oder anderen Bestandszuschauer quasi geben, der interessiert ist. Und wenn das nicht schon bei wem anders schaut, dann vielleicht bei mir. Dann habe ich Glück und habe einen, der mir zuschaut. Ich meine, ich sag so wie es ist. Satisfactory ist sowieso kein Spiel, was du spielen kannst. Das ist genau wie mit Factorio. Das sind keine Spiele, die du spielen kannst, wenn du nicht die Fanbase von den Games, also die Spielerschaft davon hast bei dir. Weil während meiner Satisfactory-Runden mit Dion habe ich halt gemerkt, bei mir ist nichts los im Chat. Also gut, bei mir ist sowieso gefühlt wenig los, wenn ich nicht gerade irgendwas habe, womit ich mich mit anderen unterhalten kann. Was auch wahrscheinlich an meiner Art liegt, weil ich halt viel zurück bin, was sowas betrifft. Aber ich habe halt wirklich gesehen, so, ich spiele jetzt hier schon seit, keine Ahnung. Tion und ich haben es ja maximal auf 3 Stunden immer gespielt. Ich spiele da seit 2,5 Stunden Satisfactory und es ist 0,0 Chat-Interaktivität da. Oder generell ist es kein Schwein da, den das anguckt. Und Lurk hin oder her, die Zuschauerliste, die ist ja nur halbgar am Lügen. Und wenn ich halt wirklich nur sehe, dass die Bot-Accounts quasi da sind, dann zeigt das halt eigentlich schon, dass selbst aus meiner Stammzuschauerschaft keiner Interesse an sowas hat. Aber genauso keiner aus der Stammzuschauerschaft die Eier in der Hose hat, zu sagen, mir gefällt das nicht, was du spielst. Wie wär's denn mal, wenn du dir das Spiel anschaust oder sowas? Ich bin ja immer offen für neue Vorschläge, aber irgendwie es kommt ja nie was. Habe schon oft genug Streams gehabt, wo ich mir denke so, was mache ich jetzt? Oder spiele ich wieder die alten selben Spiele. ETS und, keine Ahnung, Genshin Impact. Und mache dann sowas wie jetzt da hier, durch die Gegend springen. Während ich mich vielleicht unterhalte, je nachdem. Also ich meine, man kann mir sagen, dass einem das Spiel nicht gefällt. Ich bin da nicht sauer. Aber ich meine, irgendeiner... Das heißt ja, dass er sich zumindest mal angeguckt hat, das Spiel. Und dann es für ihn interessiert sich befunden hat. Ich bin halt trotzdem dankbar über jeden, der... Was war das für ein kurzer Regen? Und ich bin halt trotzdem dankbar über jeden, der zuschaut, ne? Ich will jetzt sagen, das ist regional beschränkt? Echt jetzt? Das ist jetzt ein Witz, oder? Ah, okay, jetzt hat sich's komplett drüber gezogen. Wollte doch gerade sagen. Naja, Chat-Aktivität ist auch bei Streamer mit mehr Leuten nicht da. Da schreiben immer die 3, 4 gleichen Leute. Ja, ich habe ja auch nichts dagegen, wenn sie im Lurk sitzen. Aber ich bekomme ja generell wenig Feedback zu Sachen. Ich frage, ob der Ton passt, weißt du? Ich krieg nichts, ich krieg kein Feedback. Ich frage, ich habe auch schon gefragt, ob das, was ich gerade tue, nicht zu langweilig ist. Ich habe da trotzdem kein Feedback bekommen. Und das ist halt die Sache. Weißt du, es ist ja immer so ein bisschen... Du bist ja auf das Feedback irgendwie angewiesen, wenn du deinen Stream verbessern willst. Und gleichzeitig musst du dir dann, denkst du dir dann, wenn du mal wieder einen Stream hattest, wo gefühlt null Interaktion war, woran liegt's? Liegt's an dir selber? Liegt's an der Technik? Liegt's daran, was du spielst? Und Twitch ist halt nun mal ein Game, wo Zahlen sehr wichtig sind, ne? Ich würde schon nerven, wenn der Ton nicht passt. Mich wundert es auch immer, dass die anderen nie was schreiben. Den Stream und Ton ist kacke und kein juckt's. Ja, das scheint aber auch wieder so eine persönliche Ansicht scheinbar zu sein. Ich meine, solange du jetzt nicht wirklich komplett daneben gegriffen hast und eine Ratio von Ton zu einem anderen nicht passt, wird es wahrscheinlich die wenigsten stören. Die Sache ist halt auch, bevor ich sage, okay, der Ton passt nicht, muss ich erstmal allerhand Dinge umstellen, weil mein Audio-Setup halt ein bisschen anders ist als das vom Common User. Weil ich habe fast alle der Streams, die ich schaue, habe ich irgendwo zwischen 10 und 20% hängen beim Twitch-Player. Und der Rest tue ich dann halt so rumsteuern. Also ich muss halt meistens, wenn ich da irgendwie eine Unregelmäßigkeit im Ton feststelle, muss ich erstmal Twitch-Player hochschrauben. Damit ich mal so ungefähr auf dem Level ankomme, wie es der Common User hat, weißt du? Hängt wohl auch von Gehör ab. Ich höre wie ein Lux. Oh. Das ist schön, ne? Wenn man relativ gut hören kann. Aber es mag vielleicht auch einfach nur von mir jetzt meckern auf hohem Niveau sein. Allerdings wäre ich schon froh, wenn ich ein bisschen mehr Feedback bekommen würde. Oder mal Spielevorschläge, weißt du? Also ich meine, gut. Es ist ja Geschmackssache. Jeder spielt was anderes. Jeder hat sein bevorzugtes Genre und so. Aber man kann sich ein Spiel ja anschauen. Du kannst ja zumindest mal die Store-Page von Steam oder sowas angucken. Und kannst dir darüber ein Bild machen. Du kannst ja auch ein Let's Play dazu angucken und dir ein Bild darüber machen, wie das Spiel wohl ist. Also ich bin halt immer offen für Spielvorschläge. Gut. Jetzt keine Souls-like, weil dafür habe ich dann doch nicht die Geduld. Es wundert mich ehrlich gesagt, dass ich bei Deathmarch von Witcher 3 es doch geschafft habe, das Spiel die Main Story zu beenden. Weil bei sowas ist meine Geduld halt wirklich schon recht gering. Aber ja.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Na, wenn ich mich Spielvorschläge ist schwierig. Wenn ich mich als Beispiel nehme, ich habe nie wirklich Zeit zum Zuschauen, da kann ich schlecht was vorschlagen und dann nicht zuschauen. Ja, es gibt ja die meisten laden sie als Wort hoch, ne? Noch irgendwo, entweder nutzen sie Twitch direkt, so wie ich es mache, und benutzt die und missbraucht die Highlight-Funktion dafür. Weil du kannst die meisten Streams von mir kannst du auf der Twitch, bei mir auf Twitch als Highlight finden. Tatsächlich. Und andere laden sie halt auf YouTube hoch oder so. Aber ja, dafür müsstest du dann wissen, dass das Spiel in dem Stream gespielt wurde. Also ja, klar. Aber generell, ich bin halt immer für neue Ideen offen, weil ich bin so ideenlos manchmal. Ich habe auch schon Tage, das ging teilweise schon so weit, dass ich den ganzen Monat da gehockt habe und mir denke so, was mache ich jetzt? Jetzt sitze ich vor dem PC und habe absolut keinen Plan, was ich machen soll. Weil gerade absolut keine Lust auf irgendwas zum Spielen. Und dann hängst du halt da. Was mache ich jetzt? Oder so. Weißt du? Aber ja. Aber es gibt halt auch einige Dinge beim Streaming, die mich aufregen und nerven. Zum Beispiel Leute, die sagen, sie gehen in Lurk und anstatt dass sie den Tab offen lassen, schließen sie ihn einfach. Das ist das ist kein Lurk. Aber gut, nach deiner Aussage hat Twitch ja die Regeln für einen Lurk wieder geändert. Aber ich habe es halt schon gehabt, weißt du, da haben sie gesagt, sie gehen in den Lurk und dann, Dann hast du halt wirklich relativ kurz danach gesehen, so, der ist ja gar nicht mehr da. Dann denke ich mir so, ja, warum sagst du dann, du gehst in den Lurk? Das sagt doch einfach, du gehst. Ich habe noch was, es ist einfach so simpel. Ich habe noch was anderes zu tun, ich gehe jetzt. Viel Spaß noch, weißt du, das wird ja schon reichen. Zumindest mir wird es reichen. Sagen wir es mal so rum. Lurk funktioniert doch eh nicht. Hm. Ich weiß nicht, die Sache ist ja, dass Twitch da andauernd irgendwie was ändert, wie Zuschauer gezählt werden. Das ist halt die Sache. Wenn sie wenigstens mal sagen würden, okay, so werden Zuschauer jetzt gezählt und gut ist. Das wäre ja schon mal was, aber es wird halt andauernd geändert, wie Zuschauer zählen. Was ich nicht nachvollziehen kann bei einem Spiel, bei einer Plattform, wo Zahlen unfassbar wichtig sind. Also nicht nur für den Streamer selbst, sondern auch für Twitch an sich, weißt du. Deshalb nutze ich Stream-Avatars nicht. Ja. Also selbst wenn sie nicht als Zuschauer gezählt werden, ich sehe wenigstens, dass irgendwer da ist und dass also irgendeiner, der aktiver Chatter und Follower bei mir ist, sagen wir es so rum. Ich sehe, dass irgendwer da ist. Und das zeigt mir wenigstens, dass ich den Spaß nicht umsonst mache. Weil ich glaube, das Schlimmste ist halt wirklich, wenn du da hockst und das Schlimmste ist, glaube ich, wenn du da hockst und du halt wirklich nicht weißt, ob es irgendeinen gibt, der sich das anschaut und ob es überhaupt irgendwen interessiert. Wo jeder Werbung bekommt, selbst wenn die Lurker es nicht sehen, läuft da trotzdem Werbung, was gut für Twitch ist. Und warum sie Lurker bestrafen, verstehe ich nicht. Ja, richtig. Also ich meine, sie sehen die Werbung ja. Gut, sie klicken zwar nicht drauf auf die Werbung, aber sind wir mal ehrlich, wer klickt denn schon auf die Werbung drauf? In den seltensten Fällen kriegst du kriegst du eine Werbung vorgesetzt, die dich wirklich interessiert. Wo du dann auch wirklich mal draufklickst, um irgendwas über das Produkt, was sie beworben haben, zu erfahren. Mich wundert, dass Werbung heute noch funktioniert. Naja, also Werbung ist ja wichtig, ne? Weil ohne Werbung würdest du ja nicht auf Produkte aus anderen Ländern aufmerksam werden. Also Werbung hat da schon einen Zweck, allerdings die Art, wie geworben wird. Das wundert mich, dass sie noch funktioniert. Ich hatte mal ein Video dazu gesehen, wo erklärt wurde, warum Werbung so unfassbar wichtig ist. Und ich meine, ich kann es auch nachvollziehen. Aber jetzt sind wir mal ehrlich. Wenn du jetzt hier einen Zeitungsartikel online durchliest und du hast links und rechts blinkende Anzeigen und keine Ahnung was, wird super neu, super reduziert und so ein Scheißdreck, dann lenkt dich das einfach nur ab. Also ja, es ist das Ziel von der Werbung, dass sie deine Aufmerksamkeit erregt. Allerdings ist in dem Fall maximal negativ die Aufmerksamkeit, die die Werbung kriegt. Ja, aber man informiert sich ja selbst über Google. Alles finde ich durch Google. Werbung hat mich bisher noch nie gekickt. Ja, das will ich jetzt kaufen. Mich auch noch nicht. Zumindest nicht, dass ich aktiv wüsste oder ich mich aktiv daran erinnern kann. Also ich meine, ich habe am Anfang, als Genshin ganz frisch rauskam, 2017 oder 20? Was, 20? Ich glaube 2020 kam es raus. Ich glaube, das feiert jetzt dieses Jahr den 4. Geburtstag. Als Genshin ganz frisch rauskam, habe ich relativ viel Genshin Impact Werbung bekommen. Ich meine, sie hat mich nicht interessiert, weil mich das Spielprinzip damals nicht interessiert hat. Weil sie halt mit allem geworben haben, aber nicht mit irgendwas Interessantem zu dem Spiel. Aber Adblocks hier seit Jahren nichts. Ja. Aber jeden Adblocker muss ja vernünftig einstellen, weil selbst die haben ja diese Listen, wo sie bestimmte Art von Werbung durchlassen, weil die, keine Ahnung, Geld dafür bezahlen, dass deren Werbung gesehen wird. Bei denen. Und wenn du das halt nicht tust, denkst du dir so, ja cool, ich habe einen Adblocker, aber was bringt er mir, wenn er die Werbung nicht wegblockiert? Und ich bin ehrlich, Opera GX hat ja einen integrierten Werbeblocker, ne? Den kannst du auch einstellen. Allerdings tut er trotz dessen dass du den richtig eingestellt hast, bestimmte Werbung anzeigen, weil er sie nicht rausgeblockt kriegt, aus irgendeinem Grund. Das zeugt jetzt nicht vom Opera GX, dass er besonders gut ist, aber es geht halt immer drauf an, wie du es einstellst. Auf dieser Seite blockiert 943 1%. Also bei mir hat der Mod-Ansicht von Twitch, ja, eine Werbung blockiert und 683 Tracker. Seit Installation 1,8 Millionen blockierte Werbung. Ja. Nichts als Scam? What? So, ich glaube, ich mache jetzt aber mal Sense im Genshin. Ja, wenn ich jetzt nicht Sense in Genshin mache, werde ich noch den Rest des Abends hier rumhüpfen, ne? Also gucken wir einfach mal, welch interessante Person wir jetzt da mit einem Raid beglücken können. Und zur Auswahl stehen Supermarket Together, Gary's Mod mit Trouble in Terrorist Town und DBD. Heiliger Nox von Crimson. Was würden Sie bevorzugen? Weil ich kann mich absolut nicht entscheiden zwischen den dreien. Also wirklich nicht. Na, schau dir noch einen Film oder wenn ich ehrlich bin, lag ich danach ohnehin. Oh, das war's für nicht einfach. Aber bei ihm waren wir schon. Das heißt, der fällt raus. Ach ne, komm, gehen wir mal zu Trouble in Terrorist Town. Ewig lang nicht mehr gespielt. Ewig lang nicht mehr gesehen. Wobei doch gesehen habe ich es, weil ich es mir erst letztens einen von Gronk, dass er die Videos dazu wieder angeguckt habe. Wir gehen zur Devil Angel 1707. Da wird nämlich Trouble in Terrorist Town gespielt gerade. Der Drill sollte ja bekannt sein, Lastenfisch da. Und ich danke fürs Zuschauen. Ich danke dir, Nox, für die schöne Unterhaltung, die wir jetzt gerade eben hatten. In den letzten, boah, wie lange haben wir uns denn jetzt unterhalten über Spiele? Seit 20:10 Uhr, also seit über einer Stunde, haben wir uns über Spiele unterhalten. Also, ich danke dir und ich danke allen fürs Zuschauen. Einen schönen Abend und eine gute Nacht wünsche ich. Und dann sehen wir uns morgen mit absolut keine Ahnung, mit was wir uns morgen sehen. Aber bis dahin wünsche ich euch noch eine gute Nacht. Bye bye.